first hand, after the hand ends, we just keep dealing until it's an ace or a deuce, and that's for 1,000 for you guys.
From the Lodge Mahal in beautiful Austin, Texas, welcome to the Lodge live stream. My name is Slick Rick.
All right,
I may have a special guest joining me today. Maybe, maybe not. But we'll go after this. We're going to be here for the next several hours.
The thing is, like, sometimes you win a big
Heads
pot, you
up,
want to tip some.
Scott Ball
You do, of course.
versus Doug Polk, $100,000 buy-in, both players.
Dealer makes you flip over the right card to make the call.
Round two
Right,
from
that's a
yesterday.
good time
Doug
to tip
stacked Scott on the last hand of the stream. So coming into the day, Doug's up 100,000.
Because I have a deuce, so let's run the board out.
Run it.
This is for him.
Yeah, go ahead. Yep. You can just leave that there for now.
Yep. We're just going to deal cards.
Now they're
We're gonna
just
deal
figuring
into an
out
ace or a
the
deuce.
tip.
We're gonna deal
Who's
into
going to
an
pay
ace
the
or a
tip
deuce.
to the dealer?
We're going to keep going. It's going to be a bit. Could be a while. Could be a bit.
Are you looking for an ace or a deuce?
Ace, okay.
This goes to you guys.
Thank you.
So the tip has been taken care of.
You know what we should do? We should red-black the first flop. Makes more sense.
Yeah, for sure.
Here's the tweet that started it all. On the 24th, I'm issuing a $100,000 buy-in heads-up challenge to the world. Anyone can take it. Come on down to the Lodge for some 200, 400.
The best part is we're talking about, but you know there's people in chat that are like, what are they doing?
Make sure we get these.
Bill Perkins took advantage. He was the first contestant for the Doug Polk heads-up challenge. He did
By the
it
way,
on
if there are
Sunday.
dead cards, we need to have a protocol for that because then you know it's not a card that's been scanned yet. So there could be some potential reads on that. We could talk about
Having
that
some
later.
initial challenges with the card reader.
You see what I'm saying?
Yeah, we should just swap it, right?
Yeah, that makes sense.
Doug with the straight flush on hand number 2. Scott does have a flush. You
Straight
make
flush
the call.
with the card that was dead.
That's going to win.
The straight flush was dead. The straight flush.
He had Jack of Diamonds.
I don't know. It could be either one of these.
Let's go over the contestants while they're working over some kinks with one of the dead cards. Scott Ball, 2-time World Series of Poker bracelet winner, president of Endgame Talent. In 2021, he was the World Series of Poker No Limit Player of the Year.
Weird stuff.
It would just be awkward if now we're like, wait, you scan your cards again a couple times. You're like, oh, wait.
Some info on Doug
You're like, oh, that
Polk.
one's dead. It's like,
Defeated
oh.
Ben Sulsky in heads-up challenge for $840,000 in 2013. Also defeated Daniel Negreanu in a famous heads-up challenge for $1.2 million in 2021. And just a few days ago, issued the heads-up challenge. And we've got more people in the pipeline. Doug has not yet announced the next contestant. Scott will be here. This will be his last day here. He came to town, wanted to play Doug on 2 consecutive days.
I like that photo, though.
It's really cool. It looks like super high res.
Yeah. The contrast is nice.
Yeah.
I'm going to do my best, just like yesterday's stream, to try to stay as quiet as possible during the table talk.
So they can just put whatever image they want in there, I assume, right?
Yeah.
Oh, you could have some fun with that.
Yeah. Fold.
556 and growing already in chat. We got it up to over 5,000 watching yesterday at one time.
My grandpa, who lives in Minnesota in his mid-80s, I talked about him a little bit yesterday, but he loves poker and plays like Lemon Hold'em once a week with his boys and stuff.
Yeah, you were saying that.
He watched the entire broadcast yesterday.
Oh, wow.
Pretty sick.
Yeah, that is. Fold.
Already hand number 2, Doug hit a straight flush.
A little group text.
If you missed yesterday's stream, it ended with a bang.
Like, damn, that's a long time to sit.
Hand number
That is. I find it's a
last hand of the
enjoyable
night.
format to watch, though. It's just right back in tons of hands all the time, you know?
For sure.
Raise 1,000, call 1,000.
It's so much more fun to play, man. It's just, you gotta like be really okay with pain.
Yeah, definitely.
But it is so much more fun to watch.
Scott hits his king. It all starts tomorrow here. Spring Madness, $100,000 guarantee, $300 buy-in tournament here at the Lodge.
So much more cards.
And we're gearing up for the
Someone
Lodge
recently had,
Championship
had a
Series
maybe-ish fold and, like,
next month.
Oh yeah, there was that. You folded the gutter on that flop, and you would have turned it straight, but I would have rivered a boat. Yeah, I remember that.
that would have been painful.
Scott now with 2 pair. Doug with the jacks.
Two pair. It's good.
Remember yesterday's stream, Scott started off on fire for the first 2 hours. Ran it up about 100,000 before Doug started to chip away, and then ultimately the last hand of the night stacking Scott.
I feel like your guys' scanners pick stuff up quick because I haven't been like great about doing this. It's been pretty like.
Yeah, they're pretty good. It's just once in a while you have a dead card.
Scott with the check mark. Trips for him. Scott raises the 10,000, 2 pink chips. Doug's going to make the call.
It's good.
Scott will go up 13,000 early. Want to welcome everyone to our show today. Want to give a special shout out to our moderators, Jimmy Bluffett, of course, the great Yoda. I see Mike Brady in chat. Thank you all. As we
Is there one company pretty much that makes all of the RFID stuff, or is there a few different competitors to it?
That's a really good question. I'm actually not sure. I assume there'd be at least a couple.
both players are in for 100,000, so you can always see who's up. As Doug hits the gut shot straight there.
I wonder what other industries have things like this with RFID that aren't for poker.
Yeah, that's a good question. I'm not sure.
So right now, both are in for 100,000. So if you're always wondering who's up, you can easily look at their chip stack. Until someone rebuys, it's going to be very easy to see how much one of them is up. Two pair for Scott and the check mark. We went about 450 hands yesterday. We were averaging well over 70 hands an hour with our two-dealer format. Miranda in the box, as well as Damon the Tatted One.
First flop I missed.
So a lot going on in the Twitterverse.
Well,
Pretty exciting stuff.
what are we reading today?
Every day is a new saga.
No phones. Wow, that's a very safe place to be. What's going on?
Same thing you want, no one can record you.
Yeah. Oh, I see what you're saying, yeah. It's like it never happened.
Doug pairs on the river. Doug calls
Nothing.
and will take it down.
Got you on the river.
I think the players have already placed a pregame lunch order from a great barbecue here in the area. So you'll see some good barbecue
I know that feeling, man.
later on.
It's the please don't make me have to do this. Please, oh, thank God. And then when they check, they're like, sigh, all right, here we go. We're going in.
It's extra fun too when you're just like the easiest guy in broker to red line. Always.
Yeah, no, me, for sure. I'm known for how easy it is to redline me.
700.
Doug with pocket sixes. He had pocket sixes at least 4 or 5 times yesterday.
It's like,
Mickey is our game host.
don't make me do it.
She is sitting by the fireplace, and she will be helping the players get chips, get drinks, anything that they need throughout the day. Doug with the flush draw. Scott hits his 10s.
Raise.
Raise it, 5,000 now.
Doug looking for some help here. Does not get it. 10's still good for Scott.
Four.
10.
I see my friend Cairo in chat. He played on the stream a few days ago, and he's got,
Way too nitty.
he just dropped an interview with he and I.
I
So
think that's fine.
later on tonight after the stream, check it out.
What are you hoping for?
Cairo is
You
a
bet.
commentator
So I was thinking about
out in
Maybe I
California for
hear
Live
ball
at the
fours
Bike.
sometimes or something, but there's a bunch of other shit that can go down that's a lot
not
less.
fun, yeah.
Yeah.
Wrong.
Pair for Doug, club draw, and a pair for Scott.
1400. Check.
Doug now with 2 pair, flush for Scott. This could get spicy.
3200.
No help for Doug. Check mark. Flush for Scott. Checking it back to Doug. Hoping he fires again. And he will.
700.
Looks like 7,700 maybe? 7,800. What does Scott do here? Reaching for a bunch of bubble gum. For $5,000 each, folks. The pink ones.
These look super creepy slows.
How much is that?
23,000.
23,000. Top 2 for Doug.
Call.
Gonna make the
It's good.
call, and Scott draws blood early. $57,000 pot.
Nice hand.
And Scott, 15 hands in, is up 43,000.
Close. Top 2. That's a close one. I'm gonna add on 50 here.
Doug, first person who's going to add on, he's going to add on 50,000. So his stack.
Added 50. 50. Add 50.
So 250,000 is on the table now.
I think it's the only one I get to fold.
God damn, I was hoping that looked like the tilt 3 bet.
Yeah, I had ace deuce off. So
1,800
we
and
do it twice or
growing.
once? Still want to do once?
Up to you, man. Cool either way.
Let's go twice because we never did it yesterday.
Okay.
Is that cool?
Yeah, sounds good.
I appreciate that.
Yeah, no worries.
The only thing I hate that happens all the time, I feel like, is when someone's like,
Fold. Yes. 4 deuce.
when it's like, I can't stand when you get the guys that are like, I want to go twice this time, once next time. And you're just like, oh.
I just don't really mind either way. Like
I don't mind either way too. I just like
when
consistency.
it's
one or the other.
when it's for a lot of money, I definitely prefer twice.
Yeah.
But I also recognize how good it is for the show for there to be blood. So I'm like pretty easygoing. If people want to rip it, rip it. If people want to run twice, it's fine with me too.
Scott with the jacks. Doug hits his queen. Skull Mike is in chat. How you feeling, Skull Mike? We'll go to a river. 2 pair for both players. Doug with the check mark. Looks like Scott's going to be making about 30
I
300.
don't like how fair of a price that is, but I'm going to call.
Jacks.
Queen.
18 hands in. Scott Ball up 34,000. Folks, we're at close to 2,000 and growing in chat. Time for
didn't feel
our
like you were
first
bluffing to
roll
me.
call. Let us know where you're
I was
watching
like,
from
oh God,
around the world.
That's too fair of a price. When the price gets too fair, it's a little scarier.
Type it in and we'll try to give you a shout out. Where are you watching from?
Oh, what am I doing? I thought was that.
I'm going to lead now. Just
I checked. There's this instinctual thing where like, you just like,
you see it and you're
you just see it and I'm like, all right, check, and like, wait, I'm on the button. And then you're like, I don't want it to seem like I'm like angling or, I know you don't think that, but. So I'm like, all right, I made my bed. We'll check it back.
Two pair for Scott
This
here.
is like just such a weird hand. I fold, and I deserve to lose that.
I actually had a really good hand on the river.
See folks from all over the United States and all over the world. Glasgow,
I had the queen high.
Scotland, Perth, Western Australia. Our friend Paul Edwards. Paul from Paris.
Thank you so much.
Slim from Estonia. Iran, Spain, Central Florida, West Virginia.
Thank you, though, Mickey.
Welcome. You haven't yet subscribed to our channel? We're at 114,000 and growing. You'll get great content like this, cash ring games, and then, of course, tournament final tables. Little something for everyone.
1,400?
Doug hits his queen on the river.
Queen.
Showed him.
Well, double gutter on the turn.
That was the right size and the right river.
For folks who are wondering if this is the same game, it's the same two players.
See me turn to Jack.
Both players brought 100,000 back to the table today. Doug is already in for another 50. He's in for
This hand,
150.
like, I think 3 or 4 times today already.
Is it a good one?
Scott in
Queen
for
7. I mean,
100.
pack, I guess. I've had worse. A playable one. Any playable hand's a good one. Heads up, you know.
Really? Literally.
Be the Kid, the first match on Sunday. Bill Perkins won about 29,000 off of Doug.
Remember how yesterday I was talking about the Sex and Whiskey guy on
Yeah.
SCR or whatever?
Yeah.
I thought it'd be a great idea to like just go play, take the 40K I had in my name or whatever and throw it on a site and figure it out.
Race. Last night?
No. This is a while ago.
Okay. I thought you were saying you went home after last night and
No, I
played
didn't play
some like.
online. No. I had dinner, went to bed. But that hand, like,
Similar hand.
I played a pot with him for like 75% of my, it like made my net worth like 75% more. And it was like a 5-bet pot pre-flop with aces and like.
Well, this is a pretty degen game.
Oh, it was. Dude, this is back when you met me, buddy.
Okay, I see.
Really responsible Scott there at this point in my life.
And here at the Lodge Card Club, we like to encourage responsible gambling.
It was wild.
Yeah, that's crazy.
I did not win.
If you missed yesterday's match, it's up
That was sad.
Oof.
in our archives. You can watch it, but basically, Scott built up a $100,000 lead. But at the end, it was the last hand. Doug stacked him. Doug ended up winning $100,000 yesterday from Scott. They're back again today for round 2.
Check.
Straight for Scott.
Fold.
Just like yesterday, Scott has started off en fuego.
Real good. Real good.
Ooh. Ooh. I had a pair, but I had no straight thing to help me, so it's a good situation to let it go.
1,000.
Got the 2 dealers going today. Damon and Miranda will be here for 2.5 hours. Then we'll bring 2 other dealers in.
Just knock some stuff over. I fold.
So the Lodge Championship Series starts on
going
the
on?
26th of April. On the
going
25th,
on
we
now?
have our
Win
meetup
at
game
pots
with
and you gotta
Brad,
get those
Doug,
2 at
and
pots.
Andrew.
I'm not afraid to tip him, I promise.
What happened?
When they booked the cards, then the 1K went with the cards, yeah.
Oh, I see.
Look a little suspicious for a quick second.
Nah, you're good,
Oh,
man.
man.
That wasn't sus at all.
Don't do that.
You guys are going so fast and doing so much.
Lodge Championship Series starts a day after the meetup game. April 25th is the meetup game. Doug, Andrew, and
The
Brad.
2 dealer live heads up is just clearly the
It's
play.
the play.
It's just so good. 3,800.
Would you have imagined in your like peak online days that you'd be playing
Yeah.
Doug raised a 38.
playing businessman live heads up with 2 dealers for hundreds of thousands of dollars?
It's pretty great, man. Like, I get in the car to come here, and I'm like, is this my life? Like, I get to, like, spend my day playing my favorite form of poker that I'm really good at with 2 dealers at my own card room on our own show. It's
Versus a
like,
guy that owns a business.
your words.
Doug flops 2 pair here.
They are my words. True.
Scott flopped the top pair.
Huh?
No, I'm thankful.
Okay.
Matt Sweeney checking in from Chad. Hello, Maestro. Doug with the 2 pair. Should be able to get Scott to call this bet. 6,200. There's the call. 29 hands in. Scott up
I was like, I swear to God, if you check
26,000 in
raise
this
me again,
match.
When I have 2 pair, we're getting into take a lap territory.
Already.
I mean, I don't know. I might fold that 2 pair versus check raise. It's like one of my worst 2 pairs, no spade. Another one I called and lost, and then you might be bluffing me, and then I just get fucking owned. Sorry.
Remember how we were talking about when you play a big hand and it's on the internet, like everyone's going to talk about it?
Yeah.
And for better or for worse, you're going to
2 pair for Scott.
the next day. Let me tell you, man, that ace jack hand was interesting on the internet.
Some people had comments on
I
that.
couldn't believe it.
I find that very surprising.
The best was it was like really 50-50 on the internet.
Oh, it's 800. I'm sorry.
Some people were like,
Yeah.
not a punt at all, and some people were like, this moron, he's got to get a dealer job now. LOL.
I saw that one too.
My favorite part about it is you play the whole day, it's dead even. One hand, you're the worst, buddy.
It's that. Also, if I had been bluffing, it would have been, you know what, Doug's just the worst. He needs to stop bluffing. Everyone knows.
I know.
Whenever someone gets stacked, they're the worst. Basically, no matter what you did, you suck. We got a lot of chat pros here. A lot of pros in the chat.
Absolutely. To be fair, if you would have been bluffing and got called, you would have had more challengers. Your life could have gotten way more lit.
That's a good point.
Open-ended straight draw for Scott. Pair for Doug. Scott hits his jack.
Jack.
We'll be back tomorrow with a episode of the Lodge live stream. Full ring game.
In comparison to
8 players will come for
imagine
a little 5-10-10
like
Friday afternoon action,
Tom
3
Brady
p.m.
when
Central.
he, like has a bad game or a bad season or something.
Like last season?
Yeah, like would not be fun to like. I feel like you just have to delete everything and just kind of live.
Yeah, you have to get in your zone.
Yeah, for
get in your
sure.
safe place. Your safe space. No phones. No social media.
Yep.
Definitely no media outlet coverage.
I'm gonna hide in my lake house for a while.
Florida Bill will be on the felt tomorrow. Yoda
Worst places to
releases.
hide.
100%.
Yoda knows. Open-ended straight draw. Doug smashes that straight.
Yeah.
That really just kills me. That's the nuts. The old nuts.
I had an 8.
Wow, that's a pretty sick fold.
Believe Llama said yesterday that he was playing.
Wasn't a very good 8, but
So
it
now
was
we
an
know
8.
2 of
It's
the
a-
8
pairs
that are
of
playing
pairs.
tomorrow.
Yeah.
Getting cold. It's not just the stacks that swing at the lodge, it's also the temperature,
It is getting cool. Yeah.
the climate.
I literally wore like a
You were gambling when you were
a lighter shirt. I was like, I don't even need my jacket.
you were gambling showing up in that for sure.
It's okay. I'm sure I can buy a lodge hoodie if I need one, right?
We'll allow it.
Sweet.
All right, fold.
Oof. I'm not very good at playing this hand anyway, so.
I made a kind of tight button fold, fold jack deuce. I was cooked.
That is the definition of kind of tight, actually. I think it's
Yeah, it's right there. Yeah.
chip is chipped. If you want to switch, doesn't matter, but it's not broke. It's chipped.
Okay. I think I've seen that chip actually.
Both players hit a pair here. Match starting out eerily just like yesterday's, where Scott built up a lead. 7,500. Pink chips are 5,000. Yellow chips or bananas are 1,000. Purple chips are 500. Black chips are 100. This is the tweet that started it all. On the 24th, Doug issued a $100,000 buy-in heads-up challenge to the world. Got a few takers already and a few more in the pipeline that they're just trying to work out the details.
Bought heads up or something?
Yeah, CMU.
What was that?
Carnegie Mellon. They had like one of the first bots that was trying to beat humans or whatever. And I played the first version, and the human resistance won. But then they wanted to run it back, and I didn't think that the playing conditions were fair for the humans.
What were the playing conditions?
It was like all day, every day for 3 weeks.
That's not very fair.
And it was just like, at least in the first iteration, you basically had to like be willing to wait the computer out for however long it took on the turn. And sometimes it would take a long time. So we had like 12-hour days sometimes, just like all day, every day. It just wasn't good. Like I don't think, like the second time the computer won, and I think even with fair conditions it would have won, but I don't think that in that environment it's really going to be very possible for the humans to win.
No, that's horrible.
Doug with an ace, Scott with kings. Aces versus kings. Four Broadway cards out there.
I lose to so much stuff, and that's price is so fair again.
Good fold. The price was too fair. When the price gets fair enough, it is a little scary.
It is. It's like someone was, I don't know what it was, but I got a massive rant about that too. And I didn't even read it. I just saw it.
Which thing? The
Someone was
heads
like,
up thing? The Carnegie
Get
Mellon?
them, go get them, something, school, bot, thing, something, get them.
Oh, okay.
And I was like, whoa, I don't know what's happening here.
4,400.
It was fun. I went with all my friends basically, but
Doug.
the conditions were just
Lots
not
of trips.
acceptable. And the school is incentivized to try and make sure the computer wins, so that they seem like they're doing a really cool thing there.
For sure.
And they're not really trying to make it fair for the humans.
Was there money involved? Were you getting paid to play, or were you
You got
winning?
paid. You got paid to play, basically. Yeah.
So you couldn't win money from the bot, but you just got paid to show up.
You got paid. You got
Yeah.
paid to show up.
Okay.
Yeah. I don't think
Oh,
humans
my
are really
goodness.
confident a bit to put their money down versus the computer. Like,
Scott hits his queen. Doug with trips. Hand number 39. Doug has a chance to get some of that money back.
10,000.
Quick call from Scott. Go to the river. Carving out a rather large bet.
How much is it?
51.
Over bet. 51,000. Quick call.
310.
Very good.
And Doug, $136,800 pot.
high pair,
Ace queen.
ace queen.
It was a very quick call from Scott
Cool return.
on the over bet from Doug.
I guess. Call. It's for you.
So all of a sudden, Scott finds himself down 37,400.
Check.
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 Both players with a pair here. Doug needs some help. And Doug
Check 3.
gets it.
Mickey, can we warm it up a little bit in here? I hate to do it to the people in the back.
Look at that picture above the fireplace, folks.
So, what? Sorry.
Amazing.
Let's just get going the other direction. It's good. Thank you.
Aces for Scott here. Doug folds before he can even put the money in there.
Seen you count out the over, but I'm like, oh.
Sorry, what'd you say?
Seen you count the over, but it's like, well, here we go.
Yeah, there's no way. I mean, you actually like that hand is so
Lost the
good. You probably
minimum.
should have been betting yourself.
I
Like,
know.
I mean, at that point.
I know.
700.
I probably would have triple barreled, frankly.
Check.
Maybe check right around. It's close.
7.
Seven's
Doug's
good.
going to win this. Once again, if you missed it earlier, Scott Ball, two-time
felt it,
WSOP bracelet winner, president of
Yeah.
Endgame Talent, and the 2021 World Series of Poker No Limit Player of the Year.
So much.
Won two
Really
tournaments
gonna be able to do, though.
within like 10 days of each
No,
other.
you're right.
Hold.
$2,700 and growing. Watching from around the world. We appreciate every one of you. If you haven't yet subscribed to the channel, please do so. We're at 114,000 subscribers. In January, we were at 86,000. So tremendous growth since the stream came back in the studio under the lights. Two pair for Doug here.
700.
Scott looking for a 10-ball corner pocket. Boat on the river for Doug. Quick call.
I'm adding on.
You're trying to interrupt the quads. Huh?
Scott is going to add on.
Well, hope you don't have a jack.
Yeah.
Looks like a full barrel of bubblegum chips. That's 100,000. Now he's in for 200,000.
Just said you sound a little bit quiet.
Means there'd be 350,000 on the table right now. As 46 hands in, Scott goes the full 100,000 rebuy. Another boat for Doug. 2 boats in a row.
Jack high.
Fold.
Coming up in the Lodge Championship Series, the main event, May 10th through the 16th, $3,000 buy-in, $2 million guarantee. Mr. Visine himself, Alan Bauer, won $375,000 last year in the main event, which Doug Polk finished 4th. Lodge Championship Series just around the corner, starts April the 26th through May 16th, right before the World Series of Poker. Come on to the Lodge, win a bunch of money, and then go do what you do at the WSOP. Oh my goodness. Both players hit a flush. Danger Will Robinson. Here comes the raise.
How much is it?
16.5.
Flush.
Same.
16-5. Quick call from Scott.
Queen eye flush beat safe.
Scott's got to be thankful that pot didn't get more expensive for him, because no way he's folding that. $38,000 pot.
Got some bad beats going now. Some really talented play. Over flushing people.
It helps.
It does help. Whenever. Probably like kind of soon, I guess. Check. What time is it right now? Okay, and food's here?
No, my apologies. It's about to be like 2:15.
Checked.
And food gets delivered anywhere between 2:30 and 3.
Okay, how about when the food gets here, we take a break?
Scott's going to win with 7 deuce. Scott in for 200K. You can quickly do your calculations on how much he's winning or losing.
Yeah, okay. I'm fine either way. We can eat in here or out there.
Using 200K minus his 121 in front of him. Dug in for 150. Digital Warfare wants to know when's the barbecue arrive. Soon. You'll get a glimpse of it, I imagine. Make us all hungry. Both players with a suited ace here.
Got 4-bet vibes there, but then it cooled off.
It was on the mind.
You got it.
3,000 and growing, watching from all over the world. We appreciate it. Lodge live stream on
Not my
4 times a
fault.
week,
Need more diamonds going on there.
except for this
More
week.
diamonds kind of hand.
We've been on a lot. Monday, Wednesday, Friday, Saturday, our normal schedule. But when we have special events like this, we'll
We could have negotiated that.
crank open
Gonna negotiate.
the live stream studio and
Serious.
turn on the lights.
I needed some help there. I don't even know if I would have taken it with a fresh one off the top, to be honest with you.
2,500.
Here, one of those hands, Bill was like, all right, okay, discount and a fresh one off the top. I'm like, Bill, if you want a fresh one off the top, that's going to be full price. We're switching out cards for new cards. You're not getting a discount. I'm going to have to draw a hard line here. I'm willing to go either way, discount or a fresh one off the top. But,
Yeah, you're asking for a lot, buddy.
that's too much.
Pair for both players. If you want to play on the Lodge live stream, get in touch with Skull Mike on his Instagram or Twitter at Skull Mike Poker, or go to thelodgepokerclub.com/livestream. Had a little challenge with the website this morning, so we're working on that. Open ender and a pair for Doug. But we're trying to fill lots of spots. So if you're coming in from out of town, it's not necessarily going to be this heads-up match, but we play 5, 10, 10, and on Saturday we play a little bit bigger than that. So if you want to play, we'd love to have you. Just let us know when you're coming to town. Skull Mike does a great job of working people in. Just give us at least a couple weeks' notice. Don't show up on a Friday and say, "Can I play tonight?" Because chances are we've got that filled.
Oh.
Cool. Check.
Flush draw for Doug with a gut shot. Open ender for Scott.
What is that? That's all the. Oh my god.
Queen is good enough for the check mark, but Doug's going to fire at it. 12,000 and take it down with 9 high like a boss.
That looks like it's going to be a lot of barbecue. Okay. Well,
That's
I mean,
only the family
how,
pack?
how big is the family?
It's the Texas family pack. The Texas family pack.
It's like you, your wife, and just your 8 children. No, I mean, it just looked like a lot. I'm down. Get in there.
I'm not mistaken, they ordered the barbecue from local great barbecue place, Terry Black's. For those of you who know the area.
Kind of tight as fold. Kind of. Probably okay.
Scott makes a good bet there, gets Doug to fold. Doug hits his queen. Scott in for 200,000, Doug in for 150, and it looks to me that Scott is down about 93,000. Claude Hopper asks, how did it end last night? It ended on the last hand. Doug stacked Scott for 100,000 when he flopped a set of tens versus an ace on the flop,
Yeah, that's it.
I'm actually very excited for this.
where Scott had ace jack.
It's not even out yet.
Okay.
Last time?
When she
Whenever
says
the
we're
food's
ready,
ready, yeah.
we're going to take a break.
I literally didn't eat before I came today. I was like saving for this.
You're getting the good shit. I know it, 3,800. I know it seems kind of weird, but when you get the 3,800, yeah. When you get the bread that's still in the loaf like that, you know you're getting some authentic Southern barbecue, you know?
Is that what it is?
Yeah, I mean, I'm not a big bread guy, but like that's like the sign you're getting some authentic Texas style stuff.
That's dope.
Open-ender for Scott here. Doug's going to take a stab at it. Putting the pressure on, bets 5,200. But Scott comes along. And it pays off for him. He's got the wheel now.
Nine high is going to be a tough one to win with there, I think.
As Mickey, the game host, is putting together some sort of spread over there. Man, they got
mean, I
enough
need a
food
heart.
to feed
Should've given up.
somebody in the commentary booth. The
Sucks
bunker.
giving up though.
It does.
700.
The pink and the yellow chips are oversized here at the lodge. $5,000 and $1,000 chips. So you're not seeing things if you think they look a little bit bigger than the other chips. They are. No, they did not play any knit games yesterday. A little hard to play the knit game, even though it was a good idea. Heads up with 5 knit buttons each. They were going to pay $5,000 per button in front of you. That was the idea sprung by young Skull Mike.
It's funny you said that because I've never had a meal that came with a loaf of bread in a bag. I've never had that.
I mean, you're not going to.
Yeah.
Where's this from?
Terry Black.
It's Terry Black. So you're gonna be good too.
Oh, we had the family packs if you want to get in there.
I got a big appetite. Sure.
No, you don't look like a guy that eats much.
Yeah, I'm sure.
Daria,
You work out,
fantastic. I'll tell you after this hand.
Occasionally.
2 pair for Scott.
I've seen the pros. You have a very nice home gym. Yeah.
Daria says, the Lodge Live. I enjoy watching you on the stream. Me and my husband planned a vacation to Austin just to play at the Lodge for a week. What are your smallest games? 1, 2.
Nice. That'd be sweet.
$300 cap
It'd be pretty
is the
embarrassing
1, 2
to
game.
get my weights on there after yours, though, I'll have to say.
But it plays
Can
a
you
little
take
bit
off all the
higher
weights? I got the bar. We're good.
than probably what you're used to.
I fold.
We also have 1, 3, 2, 5, and 5, 10 sometimes. We got great PLO games, 3 tournaments every single day, at least. So, Daria, you and your husband will have a great time here at the Lodge. It's as good as everybody says it is. It's even better. Open 24 hours a day, 7 days a week.
He doesn't lift either.
What's sorry?
The security guard doesn't lift either.
Definitely also doesn't lift.
That is a massive human.
Also probably doesn't eat that much, I think. Strikes me as someone probably eating vegan, you know? It's like I'm on
So many beans.
a seriously plant-based diet out there. I've just noticed Texas seems to have a ton of just really large humans, like tall, big, overweight, muscular. Just like we got some big ass people here. You know what I'm saying?
Do everything big in Texas. That's what they do, right?
I was in a full game the other day, and I looked around, and I was like, "Holy shit! I'm the second shortest player, 8-handed. I'm 6'3". I was the second shortest player." Think about that.
Damn.
There was a guy that was like 5'11", and I was like, man,
Shorty.
you're like average American height, but at this table, it's
I'm
just
not even
like,
that tall, buddy, okay?
Yeah, I'm like 5'7".
1,000.
Yeah, but you got big ass muscles, so you're all right.
Doug with a pair of 6s is going to take it down. 73 hands in, and Scott, who's in for 200,000, is down 91,000.
It's so much food over there.
I'm gonna be honest, looking at online versus in person is gonna be really different.
Is it more than you thought? I fold.
It smells so freaking good, man.
It's really good. It's really, really good. For people on the West Coast, you just don't even realize. Like, I live on the West Coast more or less my whole life. I live actually in North Carolina for a little bit, but you have barbecue. You go to a barbecue place, you're like, yeah, okay, that's all right. But when you have real, top-notch Texas-style barbecue, it's
different.
It's a different game.
a totally different game. Yeah.
Isn't there like lots of big competitions for it and stuff too? It's like
Yeah,
super,
dude, it's like
a-
it's an art.
it's like a culture, right?
We have a player here. He's a what do they call it? Pitmaster or what is it? When you're-
He is Pitmaster General Mixon. I think he's bringing barbecue tomorrow.
What'd we do?
Some production thing.
He's playing tomorrow.
Being
Mixing
sarcastic,
it up.
Every time it feels like that, it's like, oh god, I did something bad again.
3,800.
Poppy's in the chat. How you doing, Pop? We miss you. Pocket tens. This was the big hand from last night. The last hand of the night, Doug had pocket tens. Flopped a set. Stacked Scott for 100G. Not the best flop for pocket tens. Players are going to take a lunch break after the next hand, we've been told, to eat some of that great barbecue. Scott leads out with 3 high. Hits a pair now. Picks up some outs.
Three.
Tens. Turn killed you. You don't hit that, you probably win.
Yeah, literally. You know, it's just one of those days, starting off, everything's going my way.
Exactly.
Something like that.
Well, at least you're about to have some
I am ready.
top-notch.
So I
things
think
for
they're
you.
going to
Okay,
take a
that's
break
already
right
good.
here.
Let's eat.
Hand number 77. And there's the spread, folks. Let's get a good look at that. All the sides. The star of the show is in the foil there. Should have some brisket. I think Doug wanted some turkey. Everybody getting a little hungry there, but we'll take a short break here. Scott Ball down about 97,000 today. He lost 100,000 last night. We go over some information. Here's some information about Scott, two-time WSOP bracelet winner, president of Endgame Talent. And in 2021, he was the World Series of Poker No Limit Player of the Year. Some information about Doug. We all remember the heads-up match with Daniel Negreanu in 2021. Doug won $1.2 million there. And then here's the tweet that stirred up a hornet's nest on the 24th. Doug posts, "I'm issuing a $100,000 buy-in heads-up challenge to the world. Anyone can take it. Come on down to the lodge for some 200, 400. Within minutes of that tweet, Bill Perkins sent Doug a text. Said, "I want to play." They played on Sunday. Bill won about 29,000. Scott Ball sent a text shortly thereafter, says, "I want to play you. Can you play this week?" And they set it up for yesterday and today. More are on the list. Doug is just sorting through some things to make sure half the battle is scheduling. Does it work for each player? But this could be an ongoing series. We're taking it so serious that we are looking into purchasing a heads-up table that would be more conducive to the heads-up challenge, where we could switch out our big table here for the smaller table, because I know you guys kept asking for a smaller table during launch week. So we're looking into a heads-up table. That's something you could look forward to. Also, we're on Monday, Wednesday, Friday, and Saturday, 4 times a week. Players are on a short lunch break. They're currently putting brisket, sausage, and turkey in their mouths. The days may change in the future. We're contemplating, we're going to be on at least 4 times a week. That you can rest assured, but we may shuffle up the days a little bit. You never know. 3 p.m. Central is our time. That's when, except for today, when we started at 2 p.m. Central. Joey Ingram in chat saying hello to the fans. Poppy was here for 10 days. Had a good time. I call him Joey Jackets. He's got the best jacket game in the business. He wore a different jacket every single day he came to the lodge. So let's go through some of the tournaments coming up. Tomorrow, it starts Spring Madness, $100,000 guarantee, $300 buy-in. Then we'll have a meetup game on the 25th of April with Doug, Brad, and Andrew. I'll be there. Skull Mike will be there. I believe Ebony might be there, Ebony Kinney, and more. So come to the lodge on the 25th, leading into our Lodge Championship Series, where you can see some of these events. $300,000 guarantee. That's a $400 buy-in. That's April 27th through the 30th. We have a $500,000 guarantee. It's an $800 buy-in, May 4th through the 7th. We also will have the main event, $2 million guarantee, $3,000 buy-in. In addition to those tournaments, many other tournaments, lower stakes, some high roller events, including a $25,000 buy-in. We're trying to guess how many people will enter that. Could it be you? Ponying up 25 grand to play in a tournament. Slick Rick running solo today. We had hopes to having Iron Mike Brady in commentary. We're going to work on that. We need to. Something happened with our remote commentating switch, and we were hearing double. That wasn't good. Chatsville, I see you out there. Paul Edwards, of course. Yoda of Chatsville. Jimmy Bluffett, our great moderators. Skull Mike is out there somewhere. Players are on a short lunch break, so now's a good time to take a break to get something for yourself. Yesterday, these two players played, and it was basically even. And, Scott built up a $100,000 lead. Doug whittled away. Towards the end of the show, it was basically within $100 of each other. And then a hand came up where Doug had a pocket tens against the ace-jack from Scott on an ace-10-7 board, I believe. It's a set of tens versus a pair of aces. Money got all in on the river. After some thinking, Scott called, and Damon is spinning around in that brand new chair. He's going to break that new chair. That is what happened yesterday. So who knows who else is going to be on this challenge? It could be a long list. Doug is ready and prepared to play all takers. I saw a text earlier today from Doug offering a lot of money as a free roll for a couple players who are arguing back and forth on their heads-up challenge. Always something going on. $2,200 in the chat. We had it up well over 3,000. We'll get it back up once the players start playing again. Got a poll question. Who do you think will win today's match? Doug at 80% in that question. Players currently munching on some barbecue from Terry Black's. Corey Moe, I see you out there. Can't thank Chad enough for being so supportive of our show. Believe it or not, just a little over a year ago, in January of 2022, we had 19,000 subscribers. So we were building something. But 2022 was a pretty good year for our stream. Finally, in February, when the launch week hit, we hit that magical number of 100K. We'll be getting our plaque from YouTube any minute now. Trying to get them to order me one so I can put it up in my home office. Skull and I were here when we were talking to each other, and when we saw 10 people in chat, we high-fived each other. Couldn't believe people were actually watching. The Lodge does offer complimentary soft drinks. We do have a new caterer who's just signed on that will have different food items each night. Beer and wine are available for purchase at the bar called Coolers. And of course, you could bring your own alcohol and of course, order anything from one of the food delivery apps that will deliver to the Lodge. So lots of stuff going on that way. Lodge is open 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. It's a social club. So you become a member. You either pay a weekly, monthly, or annual membership fee. Once you're a member, you can play a cash game, $11 an hour. Tournaments, you don't pay by the hour. You just pay the buy-in, whatever that particular tournament is. You don't pay an hourly fee. But when you're done playing cash, you get up, go to the front, and they'll say, I'd like to check out. They'll tell you how much you owe. Joey Ingram wants to come and do another fireside chat. Of all the fireside chats that Joey did during launch week, what was your favorite? I know mine, the one that put him in the most uncomfortable situation. His talk with Robbie, Doug's talk with Robbie, there was some fun times. Joey's favorite interview was with Anastasia. Anastasia picked up about 200 new followers on our Instagram that night when Joey's interview with Anastasia. Players are on a short lunch break. So far, about 77 hands in. Scott is down about 97,000 for today, and he lost 100,000 yesterday. But it's early. Yesterday we dealt well over 400 hands. Budget Chicken, thank you for the super chat. Don't think I'll be playing heads up versus Doug anytime soon, unless we lower the stakes. Doug's been putting up a lot of great content the last week and a half. I told him the other day, I said, I've been watching your videos for many years. But last week, his videos were just plain fire. He's very good at offering some great hot takes. We should have got some camera footage of the barbecue itself at least during the break. But I'm going to be with you until they come back fairly soon. While we're doing it, let me tell you a little bit about something. Texans for Texas Hold'em is an organization comprised of dedicated poker players and owners of social poker clubs who are committed to promoting and protecting the thriving poker community in Texas. Texans for Texas Hold'em has already announced its first bill, House Bill 2345 by Representative Guillen, is a proactive social poker bill that looks to amend the Texas Penal Code. Talk to your local state representative and tell them to vote yes for House Bill 2345. And yes, 2345, that's an inside straight. I mean, that's a open-ended straight. Andrew Nemi is in chat. How you doing? Took my eye off the ball there to see Andrew Nemi. Jason Nicholas, I'm doing just fine. How are you doing? Players are on a short barbecue break. Andrew Nemi and Brad Owen and Doug will be here on April 25th. We'll leave seat 5 open, and they'll just spend an hour or so at each table and go from table to table for the meetup game. You'll get a chance to play with them all and get some Andrew and Bradley dollars, Doug dollars. Should be fun. Andrew and Brad just got back from Cambodia. Mickey, the game host, getting everything tidied up for the players' return. Andrew asks, what's the heads-up score here today? Doug's up a cool 97,000, give or take a few. 77 hands in. The big hand was a $136,800 pot. Doug's 10-6 versus Scott's ace-queen. 2 10s hit the flop. Doug flop trips. Queen also hit the board. So it was a $136,800 pot that was the main pot of the day. We did have a $57,000 pot where Scott hit a flush, hand number 15, and then hand number 49, we had a flush over flush that only resulted in $38,000 win for Doug. Flush over flush in heads up usually is catastrophe. Flush over flush in ring game is tough enough, but when you bring it to heads up, the fact that it was only a $38,000 pot was pretty amazing there. Kit, thank you very much. You can call me Rick. Some call me Slick Rick. Just don't call me late for dinner. But thank you for the comment. We have fun. Folks, I'm going to be doing, letting the players do most of the talking today. So we get a lot of table talk. I think that's what y'all have come here for, so we understand that. So as soon as they get back, we believe fairly soon, they must be enjoying that barbecue. Thank you, Wyatt. It's funny, you get different comments, and hey, we can take it. We're not for everyone, we realize that. On this stream, we tend to veer towards more fun and less trying to teach you the game of poker, because this is all about fun and entertainment. There are streams that veer and get much more analytical and in the weeds. And from time to time, we will do that. But for the most part, we'll let the players do the talking, and we'll have some fun along the way. And hopefully, you'll enjoy it, along with the 114,000 people who've already said, count me in. I want to see all the shows, so I want to subscribe. Not saying one style is better than the other. This is just our style. I watch them all. Hopefully you do too. Kit wants me to sing a song. That's not going to happen. State of the game right now is 77 hands in. The players took a break for some barbecue. The challenger, Scott Hall, is down about 97,000 through 77 hands. That's where we are today. If you missed it yesterday, it's in the archives. Scott built himself a $100,000 lead early. First 2 hours of the show yesterday, he built it up. Doug kept clawing back, and at the last hand of the night, Doug stacked Scott. Today, Scott is in for 200,000. Doug is in for 150,000. Skull Mike, I did not get the recent software upgrade from GTO Wizard. Still waiting on that. if you have a company or know of a company that wants to reach several million fans, 12 million monthly views the last 30 days, pretty darn impressive. Get in touch with us. We'd love the chance to talk with you. Yeah, for those of you who saw the interview that Doug did with Garrett, he did mention some things about our live stream and the fact that nobody sees the hole cards until the hand is over. And that's the way our software works. No players are allowed any electronics in the room. No phones, no earphones, no smartwatches. There are certain things that can be worn, like a lot of poker players wear the Whoop device on their wrist for data that they get from their bodies. We've got player lockers where every player has their own space to put their belongings. So the new studio under the lights. We've took the best of everything and created our own studio. Hopefully y'all have liked the way it turned out. I think we're getting a lot of great response of how the room looks. And initially the table was a little bit too small, so we fixed that. We got you a bigger table. I believe 5 minutes is what I've been told. 5 minutes and they'll be back. They took a good lunch break. There's the tweet that Doug posted to start this whole Heads Up Challenge series. We'll see who else comes out here. We've gotten some, obviously Bill Perkins was a huge first name to kick off the event, and Bill had a great time here. He'll be back. Daria, this is only for the stream. You can wear, in the main room, you can have your phone, you can have earphones, you can have your iPod. I'm only talking about for the stream, Daria, so you'll be just fine. The lodge has access now to close to 90 tables, and the only table that phones are not allowed is the one you're looking at right now on your device or your TV. How many of you saw the Marnie video? On Saturday, I went out into the main room and I said, look, we have an opportunity, somebody to sit in on the high stakes stream game. You can buy in for a minimum of $1,000. You could come with whatever you want, but we need a minimum of $1,000. Who wants to spin it up? Marnie came running up to me and says, I want the chance. She took her $1,000, kept winning and winning and winning. Got it all the way up close to $13,000 before she looked down at pocket jacks on a flop of 10-10-8. And Doug had a 10 in his hand. And they got it all in, and Marnie got stacked. But that video is getting rave reviews. Marnie is an instant legend of the lodge. I believe we're just minutes away from them coming back. So a couple of updates. We do have the largest hand ever was on Sunday on a lodge live stream. Bill Perkins' $460,000 pot over Doug, where Doug went for it with the bluff, ace-10 versus pocket queens on the river. 460,000. KBM is win over Taurus is second in the launch week. That was a $420,000 win, so that's second. Moving into third was our original biggest hand ever, as you see Doug coming back from lunch. 224,000. That was when Mr. Dr. Batman flopped 2 pair against Big Slick of Dylan DeStefano. And then I guess last night we'll move into number 4th, all-time biggest hands. The last hand of last night's stream is Doug won 200,000. Won a $200,000 pot last night, so that's number 4 now. Dealers are back in place. The over and under number of times they talk about the barbecue after we get started. What do you think it is? If we said 7 times, would you guess over or under the amount of times they would talk about the barbecue that they just ate? I'd talk about it. Tyson Man says over under 7.5. Ben's going to take the over. Reed Bryant says, what happened in the first round yesterday? Well, Doug won 100,000. Stacked Scott Ball yesterday. Everybody's taking the over. Bottom feeder says under. Both players have been spotted. They look a little bit heavier than when they left. We're going to hear some audio. Who's ready to play some poker? Thank you for bearing with us through the lunch break.
Nuts you're allergic to? Is it all nuts? Is there a certain kind of nut you're allergic to, or is it all nuts?
It's all tree nuts and not peanuts.
So all just like almonds. So like, okay. We need to figure out how
We're back, folks.
I mean,
Thank you for your patience.
I think it's just
No, if you're gonna have an allergic, I'm not gonna eat a food that causes you an allergic reaction. Not that it matters today, but 3,800.
And if they're anywhere in the room with you, you have a problem with them.
I just get a little itchy. Like I think it was the oil.
Yeah, that's a problem. If you get a little itchy, that would be an issue.
Yeah.
That
But
sucks.
I've been dealing with it the whole time I've been dealing because they always sell nuts at all the poker rooms I pick up. So I just kind of like stuff it.
That's a tough situation.
1,000.
Scott now with a flush draw.
2,000.
Open ender and a pair for Doug. There's the straight for Scott. Wyatt, there's no real format here. They're going to play for several hours. There's no number of hands set. There's no, it's bring your money to the table and we'll play. I know, knowing Doug, I know he will play as long as the other player wants to play. After a certain time, they're not going to play all night, but 2 pair here for Scott.
Fold.
I had the same hand, 2 hands in a row, different suits though, but suited both times.
So Scott's in for 200,000, so you can easily tabulate how much he is winning or losing. Doug is in for 150,000, so right there you see Scott has 107,900 in front of him.
Okay.
So he's down about 91,000 right now.
$3,800.
Doug hits his 10 on this flop. Paul, not yet. Thanks for your concern.
$3,800.
I think these players may be in a slight meat coma after eating all that meat. Conversation has died down a little bit. 2 pair for Scott here.
Feels bluffy, but I'm gonna like go.
Not bluffy. Joel asked how old I am, and Jimmy Bluffett says I'm 35. Jimmy, I appreciate that. Not true, though. Not ashamed to say. I'm 56 years old. Old to some, old to others. I'm just old. Jack 6 deuce.
I think this is a flip. All right. Ace I call, 8 I fold. Ace I call, 8 I fold. Fold.
You're running so good in those. Every one of those you've done, you've been correct.
Nice. It's where you want to run hot. Thank you. It's where you want to run hot. 1,000.
Scott flops trips. Doug gets away without getting too much danger. Scott trying to claw back, put himself in about a $97,000 hole when they took the break. Now down about 91,000. Takes another small pot.
Fold.
Jan Witt from the Netherlands checks into chat. How you doing, Jan?
Fold.
Scott on a run here. Under 90,000 now. He's down 89,000.
$3,800.
G-Bell, that's a great question. I'm certainly not a heads-up expert. But the thing about heads-up is there's no place to hide.
Barbecue, I feel like the conversation dies down a little bit afterwards, you know?
We'll pick it up. I'm just covering a little bit.
In a ring
I
game,
feel like I ate like the right amount.
you can fold till you start hitting some cards. Not in heads-up, no place to hide. You're playing a lot more hands, nearly every
I
hand.
went to like pick it up with the tongs and just ripped it in half, and I couldn't even pick it up. Yeah, this is amazing.
By the way, they've talked
when you know
about
it's good
barbecue
stuff.
twice.
And the bag bread.
You don't eat the bread, but you know it's
But
good.
you know it's good. It's like what makes it legitimate.
There's the wheel for Doug. Scott with nothing here, just a king. We'll let it go. Cody asked a good question. What stakes are the meetup game on the 25th? I think they're going 1-2, but they may raise the cap
Oh, man,
a
I
little
got some
bit.
hands that want to see some big pots.
Bro, I'm in. I need some cards that can join the big pot. I can even be a little behind when it happens. It's
That's
fine.
fair.
I just want to have cards that have a fighting chance.
Fair.
4,400.
4,400.
I'm going to do this to me.
Pocket pair for Doug here.
Call.
3-bet from Scott with ace-9. Doug's going to come along. Skull Mike. After this hand, I'll answer that. Vote for Doug here. Two pieces of bubble gum, $10,000. And for the first time
In
today,
a similar spot as yesterday, you tripled. I had a pair again, but I was like, oh God, am I going to the same exact situation? How many triple sports are we going to play?
Doug referencing a very similar hand last night. Trips on the board. Doug got a pocket pair of
We have
eights.
We've also played a lot more hands than I think.
Scott got him to fold.
Yeah, we played a lot, man.
Scott now officially down over 100,000 today.
Like the big pots were slower, obviously, but it should be like that.
Well, it has to be like that.
Yeah, but overall, we played fast.
Yeah.
I think we got in like another 100 hands than when I played Bill.
Really?
I think we played extra 100 hands, yeah, or at least 80, something like that. Yeah,
That's crazy.
it was roughly the same length too. Fold.
Wheel for Scott.
I like the early start time too.
Yeah, it was. I like.
Poker early.
I prefer one for sure.
Yeah.
I could have even done noon. Like,
Yeah. Same.
Look at that picture in the background above the fireplace.
No, it makes sense.
Piercing
I
eyes.
thought you folded. All right. I almost was mucked. That would have been a bad fold.
Give him more barbecue.
More barbecue. Check.
That's kind of like trekking back with a straight flush. Was it straight flush or was it just the nut flush?
Just the nut flush. Just the nuts. I was telling a story I was so excited to tell. I have a queen.
That's good.
I was telling a story I was so excited to tell that I just checked back the nuts yesterday. Pretty good. It's a good play. Luckily, you just had like 5 high or something, so it wasn't like I punted, you know?
Yeah, I literally had like something like that. Like, you were never gonna.
What the hell, man? You're supposed to bluff that river so I can raise you.
So I can just rip.
Yeah.
$4,400.
The ladies for Scott. Here we go, folks.
Oh.
Doug with ace-10 suited. Pocket queens for Scott.
Yeah, yellow chip.
Doug hits his ace.
3,000. 3,000.
King of hearts. So now Doug with the ace and the nut flush draw against the pocket queens of Scott. Scott hates this board right now. Ace and the king. Shrivels up those queens. Big bet coming. 30,000. Doug makes the call. 75,000 in the pot. 5 of diamonds. Doug with the check mark here. Scott pushes it. All in.
Give me an account.
It's going to be close to 61,000. Doug makes this call. It's close to a $200,000 pot.
These are 20s, yeah.
60,400.
Yes.
How much is it?
60,400.
Okay. Oof. Oh, this is tough. I think this is actually probably a lay down. Feels bad though. Oh, the turn was so good for me. I think I hate this. I hate this so much, but I just feel like this is one of my worst aces to put it in with.
Lays it down. Scott.
Oh, not that face. Oh my God.
Scott makes a
Wow.
nice bluff there.
That beat.
Doug had him. Tough one.
Barbecue didn't make you that sleepy.
Nope, now I'm alive.
Oh, Jesus.
Buddy, I'm a big man. I eat, I get more heart, okay?
I was going to call
My
some.
heart grows when I eat good barbecue like that.
That's going to be a goddamn clip, I'll tell you what.
Good, I need one in my favor, okay? Just one. 2,000.
It was a low brick, I think. I turned the nut flush draw. And
Yeah.
top pair, yeah.
Doug would have stacked Scott had he made that call. Scott now down 65,000 for the day.
$4,000.
Call.
Queen.
Ace.
I bet 4,000. You left this here, so give me one and take that.
Doug made a fold yesterday, a tough fold that he was really close to calling. But it all worked out for Doug yesterday, the last hand of the day. 101 hands into this round between Scott and Doug. Both players now with a pair.
Check. Nine.
Call for 200. Your nines.
As Doug mentioned, you're probably going to see that hand analyzed by Doug. Cumulative winnings, Doug up 73,000 for today.
Can you raise it up in here a little bit, actually? The temperature? A little hotter, yeah.
Not running hot enough? Just kidding. Jokes.
I'm only stuck 200, not near hot enough.
That's reasonable. That's
I don't
reasonable.
think I've actually, to be fair, in the last 2 years, I don't think I've won a big pot that I had it. I think every big pot I've won, I've had to like really just shoot a shot out there, buddy.
Yeah. Let me think about that.
You made me shoot some shots at it to win.
Let
the
me think
pot.
about that. Do you want to? I don't. Yeah, I don't think so actually. Oh man, that one hurts. Raise. $700.
Jensen, each match stands on their own. Yesterday's match is over and long forgotten. All these totals are not cumulative from yesterday. They're just today only. Doug in for 150,000. Scott in for 200,000. So at any time you can look at their stacks. Scott in for 200,000. He's got 125,000 in front of him. He's down 75 grand. At any time you want to know how much Scott is up, just figure he's in for 200,000 and whatever his stack says. Do a little math.
Fold.
Once again, there's some information about Scott Ball, two-time World Series of Poker bracelet winner. 2021 World Series of Poker No Limit Player of the Year.
Thank you.
Next step is launch, Jeffy.
You heard down or up?
Up.
Oh, okay.
Did I say down or up?
I'm not sure. I thought I heard down.
I think, I think.
So it's case. I think that's the wrong direction. That was a fair price. Too fair.
I had one of those hands that like no one ever really bluffs with. I had one of those hands that like no one ever really bluffs with, but also never really gets to call with.
Understand. Feel you.
Ten.
Spring Madness this week. Tomorrow. Get here to the Lodge. $100,000 guarantee. $300 buy-in March 31st through April 2nd. Pocket Jacks. The Jiggities. For Scott.
Fold.
4 bets to 10,000 and Doug will lay it down. Back and forth the chips go. Firing out a ton of hands. Yesterday we got over 425 hands in. I think it was 431 was when we stopped. Don't know how long we'll go today.
$4,400.
Fold.
Really think there's yet to be any type of walk And as I say that,
I've had 7 deers 3 times in
Doug
the last like half hour. I think.
gets one. I don't think there was one up until then.
time
There
or
might have
two.
been one or two that I missed.
Important difference with that hand.
Especially in heads up.
Yeah. Hold.
The Jolly Llama, will the spring tourney be streamed? No. But we will stream some big tournaments from the Lodge Championship Series, the final tables. Certainly the main event, May 10th through the 16th. We'll stream that final table for sure. I think we've got some others in the works. Open-ender for Doug here. A lot of questions about how many dealers we have at the table. We've got 2 dealers, and the reason for that, we want to get as many hands as we can. So one is shuffling, the other is dealing. The game host in the back, sitting down near the fireplace, is Mickey. She gets the players drinks, food, chips, if they need them. Basically is the game host. So that's the other people in the bunker, in the studio.
Seven.
Scott will take that one down. 3,300 and growing. Watching right now. If you haven't yet subscribed to the channel,
Deuces weren't too powerful there.
I kindly ask you to do so. It's not going to cost you
Deal any
anything.
other cards trick.
You might have a
roll
little
82
fun along
cards.
the way.
Once again prevails versus the
Could hit the
Mighty
thumbs up today if you
Deuces. Mighty
like
Ducks.
what you're
Yeah,
seeing.
Mighty Ducks. That's really funny because I literally was thinking the exact same thing when
Yeah.
you said that.
Yeah. As I said it, it felt like I was saying the wrong thing.
God, that movie was so good.
It's a classic.
Jack.
Ace. Childhood classic.
Absolutely. Flying V, bro.
Chris, as we mentioned, a few other people have already reached out to Doug to play in this challenge. We'll make the announcements once they finalize dates. That's the tough part when you're planning something like this. Got to make sure it works for not only the 2 players, but also for our production team and for other things going on here at the Lodge. So we'll make the announcements as they come. These 2 came rather quickly and just seemed to work. Bill Perkins and Scott Ball this week. But others will be playing Doug heads up in this challenge. you see there, Scott down now 75,000. He was down over 100,000. Yesterday he did lose 100,000.
I do feel like the barbecue took the air out of the room, though. That's a real thing, right?
Coming back.
It's a real thing.
It's
I'm
a
so
real
glad we
thing.
did it.
Yeah. If
It's
people
actually
come,
better than I thought it was going to be, honestly.
yeah, I mean, when people come here, I feel like it's something that you really try to get them to do is experience like good Texas barbecue.
What are the other things, like, other than that you really
That's
want to do?
that's the number one on the list. I mean, after
That's
that,
like-
what would you guys say is like even number two? I mean, there's a lot of like music events and festivals and stuff, but I don't really go to any of those things.
Doug
because,
with 2 pair here.
Big crowds and stuff.
Yeah, not really my jam.
Same. Same. They said there's some country awards thing here, I think, this weekend or something. That one. Check, have a queen.
4 diamonds. But Doug's 2 pair will take it down.
We just had, what was it, South by?
Yeah, South by Southwest, that's a big one.
Yeah.
I just tell people, come play poker in Texas.
You know we don't have a referral program, right? But I like it. I'm with you.
Referral program.
Doug keeps firing.
What'd you say?
But that's why my check hasn't come in.
700.
Keep waiting any day now.
I'll tell you what, the more you refer, the more likely one is to come in eventually.
Open ender plus a flush draw now for Doug. Scott with a pair.
2300.
Kevin A says, are y'all doing the normal ring cash game streams anymore? Of course.
You want to sell me a stack of yellows?
Sure.
Tune in tomorrow,
Not gonna
3
really
p.m.
prep
Central.
yesterday.
Nope.
Florida Bill,
Make sure this is
Mixon
That one worked
will
out
be
really
playing
well.
tomorrow. Jake
Straight straps were no good.
Abdallah, the
Had to
llama, will be playing
Had to find a
tomorrow.
different spot to.
I believe Yoni would be playing tomorrow. Yes, these heads-up matches will happen when they
I just
happen.
finally have it in a big hand.
Most of the
so much less
things you see here will be cash ring games on the Lodge live stream.
I've done a good job of having it today. I can recommend it. I'm just going to do this out real quick over here.
Doug stepping out for 1 second.
That's something I got to do myself.
I prefer you not spit in my hand.
Yeah, we're not going that direction.
I'm not gonna lie, that'd be a little weird.
Yeah, I agree. I agree.
Oh, okay.
Oh, I forgot about Mixon. Mixing it up is we'll be playing tomorrow. He's bringing barbecue.
Be some podcast-worthy news.
He's a pitmaster general.
Don't even want to go there. I don't even want to go there, man.
I'm gonna do the same thing though. Is the trash can like right out the door?
Yeah, there's one outside there.
Raise to 1,000. Check.
800.
800.
Pair of nines for Scott. Doug keeps firing. Scott will make the call here. Doug needs some help.
$3,600.
We're going to have a little chop here, both players with the straight. Scott checked here. Trying to induce a bet. Let's see what he does here. 7,200 is the bet from Doug. Big bet coming. 18,000. Quick call.
Chop it up.
Chop it up.
Chop, chop. Man, I
3,500.
thought I'd gotten there on the river.
Watching right now. If you could, do me,
I guess
do
I
me a
did.
favor. If you like what you're seeing today, hit the thumbs up.
I thought I had a winner on the river.
Give us a like if you could. It helps get the word out
I'll
to
take
others.
half, given how that was going.
Yeah, there wasn't a lot of ways. There was some.
Yeah, there's
In this
some.
game, man, if there's a will, there's a way. Just got to be committed to the cause.
Pair aces here for Doug. Seven ball corner pocket for Scott. He had 4 outs. He got there.
Spot. Tough spot.
Laid down by Doug.
Hate folding.
It's all.
You're yawning. You know what you do, Mickey? Every time someone yawns, you get really pissed off. What do you say to them? What do you say to them? Yeah, and then I look over and you're just having a nice big yawn, ready for a nap.
We're getting
Next-
yawns in our ear too.
What's up? You hear it in your ears?
Oh, you hear it when she yawns.
Next time you call someone out for yawning, I'm going to remind you of this because you do it all the time. It's not that crazy. You call people out all the time for it. I don't like that.
You don't like that.
I mean, when you make a pretty reasonable laydown, and someone says that was a fun hand, it's usually not good for you.
You're correct. You're correct. There was a reasonable way down you were at.
3,800.
Doug laying down another one on hand number
here.
131.
Cool.
A nice hand. Getting a Red Bull in, huh? Well, pick me up. Yeah.
I can't yawn anymore.
She's the #1 call out people for yawning person too, which is adds to the hilarity of it. You guys know what I'm talking about, right? You heard it? Okay.
He's instantly, yeah, for sure. It wasn't even like, yeah, it's like, yeah, for sure. A yeah, for sure is much stronger than
Scott
like a
looking
yeah.
for some
It's
help.
very consistent.
Does not get it. Doug with 2 pair.
Good lay down. Had a big hand.
Had a pair. It was better than bottom pair.
I had top 2. Pretty good hand.
Yeah. I was in bad shape. There's only a couple ways. There's only like one way I could win that hand. Where'd you have my mic? Fell off. Yeah, I got it. Sweet. I didn't even know I had there.
I'm really bad with the mic clip-ons.
So maybe if I can't get a dealer job, I can get a production job, put it on my.
Oh, that's good. Good to have that.
possibility
Yeah.
if I'm in trouble?
Scott down about 65,000 on today's session.
Because let me tell you, there's no way I can get a
64,000.
job.
3,800.
Hand number 136 today.
0%.
So I tried to learn a little bit of dealing because I was like, maybe if just like, mainly for like, just for the comedy of it, like imagine, so sometimes when we have huge events, we're just like short dealers. Like when we have the big events, you know what I'm talking about? And like, sometimes they're just like, oh my God, we have all these people, we need more dealers. And like, if I could just hop in there and just deal a few hands out, I just think that would be hilarious. Like you show up with a lodge and I'm like, all right, your dealer's here. And I'm just like, just throwing them out. But my dealing is just so terrible. I can't even do it.
Are you even like actively working on it? Did you try one time?
I tried like a couple times and I was like, the amount of effort it's going to take for me to even get to like a.
You know the amount of stories like players would have if you came into the box? Like that would be like their lifetime poker story.
That would be great.
Not only did I play at Doug Polk's table, he dealt to me.
I threw out the first pitch
Pocket
in the dealer
tens.
game on the stream once, and I just made so many mistakes, and
There were only 2 birds.
I was getting berated. I was getting berated, just like, and whenever I'd fuck something up, they'd be like, "Whoa!" Like 8 people at once, so it's really loud. Check. So it's really, really loud.
I heard you had a legendary cut too.
What was wrong with the cut?
I like how you brought this up to tell the story like no one knew it, and I'm the only one that didn't know about
I know.
this.
Well, I'm telling it for you.
No, they all know. They're like, oh yeah. You burned 2 cards. You didn't cut the deck, right?
I dealt an under the gun first. That's a mistake players would make, though. Like, all right, first act. No.
I can't shuffle cards.
Oh,
Save
oh,
my
then
life.
you're
To
toast.
save my life, I
You're
cannot shuffle
toast.
cards.
I can do the riffle, but yeah, the actual shuffle, hand shuffling is more difficult. Well, obviously, it's
Yeah, I know nothing.
we are hand shuffle only here at the lodge, the way that God intended.
Those stinking robots.
Yeah. No outsourcing deal in here.
Are you actually like for real like no shuffler? Like you don't like shufflers or?
Well, so when you're in a non-licensed market, the big company, basically they're not allowed to sell shuffle masters to you. And then the second thing is the only way you can get them is on like a secondary market, and then they can be altered, and there's like a lot of security issues with that. And like if you're in a home game and they have an automatic shuffler, you should be really, really, really concerned.
Really?
Yeah, that's like one of the main ways people cheat home games.
Okay.
Because you can, there's like a lot of ways that you can do it from there.
I actually had no idea.
It's not really you're rigging the deck. It's you just know what cards are going to come out.
What do you mean you know what cards are going to come out? I have a jack.
It's good. So when the thing sorts them, there's a camera in it, and so it knows the order of the cards, and it uses that to be able to sort the deck.
Okay.
So in theory, if you can get to relay that to some kind of device,
Yeah.
then you'll know what cards are coming.
That's scary.
You do not want to play in a home game with 3,800. You do not want to play in a home game if there's an automatic shuffler.
Doug's 3-bet today.
I've definitely
Been pretty much
done that before.
a standard 3,800. Pre-flop. Pair for both players. Two pair for both. Scott with the check mark. $9,000.
King 10.
Makes the call there.
Got me. Got me.
Scott is going to get paid.
Man.
Thank you.
Scott, all of a sudden, who was down over 100,000 at one point, is now down 45,000 for the day. Remember that yesterday's
Well, a
session
lot thinner there than I would have thought.
is entirely separated from this
that was a good
session.
value bet.
That game is over, and Doug won 100,000 yesterday.
It was.
Today, the numbers are not added together from yesterday and today. They're two separate games.
Check.
Check.
Check. You're on the comeback trail, man.
We're working on it. We're working on it. I feel like that's kind of how the last 2 days have gone. It's like someone's winning a bunch of hands in a row. We're not like it's not going back and forth very often.
Yeah.
It's like you're gonna win for 2 hours, I'm gonna win for 2 hours, and whoever else is gonna win the last 2 hours.
That's normally how it goes. It's tough to keep it exactly even.
No, for sure.
The mighty deuce. With some little help, little friend.
Oh man, you had a lot of help.
A lot of help. Didn't need it, but it's good to have that in the corner.
You
know?
were in bad shape, buddy. I think I had Jack 9.
Oh.
Maybe. I don't know, actually. I might have. I feel like that's what I had, but maybe not.
I hope you.
It was a long time ago now.
I don't know what to say.
12 seconds ago.
I can't help you on this.
No, I'm thinking about, like, I did have Jack 9, right? Because if I didn't, I'm going to look like a real asshole now, but I think I did.
I don't think you'd look like an
I think the
asshole.
previous hand I
You
had
just
Jack
forgot
eight.
your hand. I think it's not like it's like a huge spot and you're like, dude, trust me, I had it. And then like you.
That's true. I wouldn't do that ever.
Folks, thanks for being
remember the
patient
ones
with
that
our
spots,
website today. We had a little
least
challenge
until
with the
I forget
website,
about
but
it.
it's all back up.
Sleep.
So find out all the information you could ever want to know about the Lodge and our upcoming tournaments that are just around the corner, Lodge Championship Series. Everything's back up. Doug with the check mark here. Well, the queens. Hand number 150 in the books.
Damn it. Didn't have like a monster there, but I had a good enough hand where I wanted a little action, you know.
2.5 hours into the stream.
Couldn't do it.
I had a medium.
There
I
was
had
like
a
one
medium
diamond
size
out there. I could have given you action. Give me the gutter with the backdoor flush draw, and I'm in there. You know.
Okay, I gotcha. That is fair.
Should have negotiated
I'm never going to negotiate because I'm just not
with
going to.
anyone but Bill.
But I didn't even, like,
He negotiated with you.
that's actually what happened.
No, I know.
I'm just not able to think about the repercussions of some of the negotiations, you know? Like, you have to be really, I don't know. You have to be really willing to think about how things could play out.
You do.
Open-ended for
One
Scott.
of the 2 hands I watched was one where you negotiated something and he just drilled you.
Yeah. Yeah. But there was a couple that went both ways.
Yeah. It was like
The negotiations went in my favor and
Doug
against me.
hits his straight here. Two pair for Scott. Is he going to fire? 4 to a straight out there. But he's going to fire at it. 3,000. What's Doug going to do here? He's going to raise it on up, make it 8.
It's 8.
8,000.
Makes the call. Doug with a nice $22,000 pot.
It's a good turn for me.
Great turn for you.
Nuts is pretty good.
Thank you, Iron Mike Brady, for getting the site all back up. Get your merchandise. Rep the lodge at your local card room. Got everything from beanies, hats, sweatshirts, blankets,
Yeah. Got 3-bet.
koozies, you name it, we got it.
I made a tight fold. Really tight fold, actually. Fold I'm just not
The
supposed
new logo and even some of the old logo,
to. Because I definitely can't call a 3-bet.
old school logo. Some of everything. Get one of everything.
$2,000.
Doug hits an ace here. Going to come along.
Check. Check.
Ace.
Paul Edwards from Perth, Western Australia, ordered his lodge gear, and it got all the way to Perth. So chances are it can get to you all over the world. I forgot, Paul. What do you mean when you say singlet? I forgot what that is in Australia. What is a singlet? Pair of 10s for Scott here.
You win.
Ah, Yoda says tank top. Okay. That's what it is.
Thankfully, that wasn't an R
That's
deck.
not this deck, right?
That's not this deck.
I'm just making sure. I don't think so,
Yeah,
but I'm
I
like,
had the same thing.
I did
I'm
see
like,
something flash, so I just want to make sure.
Yeah, yeah, it's a different
Check,
deck.
check,
That
check,
card,
check,
yeah, yeah. It's weird to see a card flash, and it's not the deck you're playing.
That's really
It doesn't
weird.
happen that often. It was a king, too, that flashed, right?
I think so.
John Pastre says, can I pay more to have my lodge merch include some Texas barbecue?
Yeah, sounds good. Whatever you want. It's cool.
That would be a good little combo if we could work out something. A little local barbecue joint.
Fold.
But not right now.
Fold.
Tomorrow the stream starts 3 p.m. Central. 8 great players will be here playing a 5-10-10 game that is 2,000 cap, match the stack, that usually gets crazy on a Friday night. Pair for both players. Scott hits his 2 pair. The river was a 5. Is a 5. I haven't seen it yet. Catch up on the graphics.
It's good.
There's the 5. Scott hits his 2 pair.
When the trapper becomes the trappee.
Clayton Mott says, I remember the lodge first opening at the old place. So cool to see it growing so much. Very enjoyable place to play. Thank you, Clayton. 5 years, the lodge. It's been around, the Lodge Mahal. Just, what, a year and a half? Coming up on 2 years old in September. Doug hits his 8. 4 on the turn. Goes to check.
Ace.
Straight.
Bill Rowley with the super chat. Thank you very much for your super chat and your comment. Appreciate it, Bill. 3,700 watching from around the world. We're due for a bathroom break here for the players coming up in 5 or 6 hands. Will be a quick break. Doug with the pocket 5. Scott bets out with his queens and will take it down. So the story today is Scott is in for 200,000. He's got 145,000 in front of him, so he's down about 55,000. Doug in today for 150,000.
3,800.
There's that 3,800 again. Open ender for Doug. Pair for Scott. Doug fire at this. Looks like he is. 19,000 is the bet, pot size bet. Doug putting the pressure on Scott right here. Makes the call. Good call by Scott there. Wins a $57,000 pot. And all of a sudden, he's only down 26,600.
Trying to go way bigger.
Yeah, and then I realized I wanted to bet 27.
I'm not gonna lie, it confused me more.
Yeah.
Like, I think I would have rather seen 27, almost.
Yeah, well, I think given what you had, I'm actually happier I went 19.
Yeah.
I mean, it's not like 19 is bad. It just I would have preferred 27, but
Yeah. No, I get it.
Doug hits his 6 here.
Check.
Scott picks up a flush draw. A gutter to a royal. Doug lets it go.
Needed that brisket run good, man.
Dude.
The brisket turned your day around.
It did, for sure. Not quite yet, but we're working on it. We're working on it.
Oh, I mean, it turned it around for
It
sure.
definitely turned it around the right direction. You're right.
1,000.
I think I'm only up like 20
Thank
now.
you, brisket gods, for helping me be Doug Polk in a couple pots.
4,400.
Uh-oh, ace jack versus ace queen, hand number 171.
13,000.
4-bet to 13,000. Not too many 4-bets we've seen today. Especially pre-flop. Scott makes the laydown.
Respectful.
I had you beat. Had a good hand.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Then it was very disrespectful. I had ace jack.
Oh man, I had ace queen suited.
Did you really?
Yeah. Ace jack's not your hand, huh?
Dude, you know, after yesterday, I kind of feel like I might need to give up on that one for a minute.
Yeah. Ace jack off tends to not win the big ones.
That's definitely how poker works. When I run bad with it a couple times, I just give up on the hand for life.
At ace queen of clubs.
Alright, we are doing a reverse swap.
Okay.
Restroom now.
So the dealer change is going to happen right now. They're going to take a short restroom break.
We'll be right back.
Take a much shorter break than they did when they ate the barbecue. There you see the cumulative winnings. Doug up 30,000. At one point, he was up over 100,000 pre-barbecue break. Two new dealers come in. We're going to wave goodbye to Miranda and to Damon the Tatted One. I see Liz there. Don't know who the other dealer will be. We'll see in a second. Jim, thank you very much for that. My name's Slick Rick. Glad to meet you. Taylor is in the box with Liz on the other side. Thank you all for the comments. Honestly, I'm doing my best here, running solo to stay out of the way and let you hear the players talk as much as possible. I think that's what most of you came here to hear, the back and forth. So I'll do my best to stay out of the way as much as possible. We'd like to tell you about a few things as we're waiting for the players to get back from the break. Coming up tomorrow, Spring Madness, $100K guarantee, $300 buy-in right here at the Lodge. Then on the 25th of next month, we are running the meetup game with Brad, Andrew, and Doug, and others. Let's just say and others, because I've heard Ebony might be here. I know Skull Mike will be here. I'll be here. If you ever want to say hello, we'd love to say hello to you. Then it goes into the Lodge Championship Series. This is one of our big events during the year. We do it once a year. $300,000 guarantee, $400 buy-in starts it off April 27th through the 30th. We have a $500,000 guarantee, May 4th through the 7th. That's an $800 buy-in. Then, of course, the crown jewel, the main event, $3,000 buy-in, $2 million guarantee, May 10th through the 16th. So it's going to be a lot of fun. Get to the Lodge. Get here on the 25th. Definitely take part in the meetup game. We already have tons of people on Poker Atlas that want in on that game. And just stay with us for a while, you know? There's so many great tournaments. Millions will be up for grabs. We even have some high roller events. If you are a high roller, we have a $25,000 buy-in. Jake was telling me about a 10-game mix game that is going to be going on, 10 different games in that tournament. Who is planning to come to the Lodge for the Lodge Championship Series and the meetup game? Let me know. I know Andrew Nemi was in chat earlier. He's definitely going to be here. Doug will be here. Brad, Owen. Brad's going to make his return to the Lodge for some run good. Thank you, Green Pooks. Appreciate that. In the studio, under the lights, Taylor and Liz take over in the box. And we're about ready to continue. The dealer shift has been done. They are going to be locked in for the next 2.5, 3 hours. Emmanuel says he's coming to the meetup game. Look forward to seeing you, Emmanuel.
I actually clicked your poll. And
Black, you pay one. Red, I pay one.
Yo, I clicked your poll, and it was like, who's doing? It was like, wow, 20% of the people picked me. Let's go.
Let's go. Okay, I'm going to fold, but we're going to do a flop anyway.
Okay.
So black, you pay. Red, I pay.
We're doing a flop.
I had one of each.
Same. Red, I pay.
We chopped it up
So,
both
yes.
days.
Thank you very much.
So they just decided who was going to pay the dealers. They tip
How are you guys doing today?
to start.
Good.
Dealers
You guys
have been
kinda bad. The
tipped.
first dealership got barbecue.
If you know what the tip was, then yeah, I would. Yeah.
And Jay Betting Guru, thank you for the super chat. Skull Mike will definitely see that. Thank you, Jimmy, for that comment. Really means a lot coming from you. Pocket snowman for Scott. Doug hits his queen and a 7. 2 pair for Doug.
Thank you.
That's 7K.
$7,000 is the bet. Scott looking for an 8-ball corner pocket. He might find a way to release his cards here. I spoke too soon. Scott looking for an 8-ball. Does not come. Check mark for Doug.
That 14K.
Get here with this hand.
14,000. Scott has the chips in his hand, ready to toss them in.
2 pair.
Makes the call. Doug wins a $49,000 pot with 2 pair. Right after the break.
Thank you.
Mickey, I just want to say you do a really good job.
It was a fold. He folded.
Oh, I was hoping to get to play this hand. It's your hand. I had your hand.
Yeah.
My hand. I can't wait to get ace 10 of clubs.
Was that the big blind? Hold on. Was that the big blind? What was
Under
that?
the button.
Yes.
You were the small one, so that was his posted big one.
What just happened here? I was small blind and I raised, right? I was small blind and I raised. There's something very weird just happened. I had
I have
ace
no
jack.
idea. I'm not paying attention.
I had
to
ace
those.
jack.
Okay, so what
I
happened?
would not have folded.
He folded first. He threw his cards in.
So were you the big blind? You folded in the big blind, I
He
think.
was.
Right,
'cause
I
they
think I
weren't.
did.
Okay, and that was the big blind, right?
Yes.
Okay.
So then that should be over here. That's
So that should be the 400, right?
Yeah. Yes.
I'm not trying to be a nit here.
So I owe you 4? Or is this
I
4
think
here?
I think so.
This is
Okay,
from-
that's fine.
I know. This is from the last hand because the button was here, but the button is here on this hand.
Yeah. Okay, that makes sense. That's cool.
Okay.
All right, we're good.
I'm paying a lot of attention, clearly.
I don't think there's anything going on. I'm just trying to figure out what the fuck happened there. It's like, how did I raise ace jack and not get any money? Or how do you have ace jack? Thankfully, we've got a stream with probably thousands of people watching right now, so I think we can probably figure it out. If an error was made.
Still let us know. I don't have to do it, yes.
10 high. It's going to take that one down. $3,300 watching right now. We appreciate everybody joining us on this Thursday afternoon here in Austin, Texas. The 5 o'clock hour. We've been on for 3 hours. The first White Claw has been sighted. Last night, both players were partaking in the White Claw.
Yep.
Scott hits 2 pair here.
Raise to 96 and fold.
Remy, I will tell you that Scott Ball is in for 200,000 today. Doug Polk is in for 150,000. So it's easy to see what Scott's down for because his chip stack total is right next to his name there. He's down a little over 50,000 for the day.
Fold.
It's okay. I know you're used to sending them that way. I get it. I get it. They usually go over there. The last couple of days, I've gotten the little ones pushed over here, but the big ones go that way. Just so you know. So if there's a lot of them and you're switching that way, it's like generally safe so far the last 2 days.
It's no.
We'll get that into the stream rules.
Scott's microphone as both players hit a queen here. Scott adjusting his microphone.
1,500.
2 pair for Doug. Doug raises to 8,000. Scott's going to lay it down. Carol Ray, I like the way you're thinking. Carol Ray says, hit the like button. Jeez, it's free for us.
Damn.
Carol Ray.
The Queen 7's hot today.
It is.
That,
Is that the hand I made a boat?
Carol Ray, that just earned you the most valuable chatter today. Congratulations, Carol Ray.
Okay.
You are
Today's
today's
one
most
together.
valuable chatter.
They do.
Poker happened, a lot of hands.
Yesterday, I don't think I made any boats, but I probably did, and I probably just
Appreciate it, Carol.
results-oriented thinking, you know?
I'm sure you got a boat at some point. I fold.
I didn't mean to throw that over. I'm sorry.
I'm sure there was a full house in there. There was?
Yeah, I remember it. I remember who it was, but I just.
Oh,
he had a couple of them.
I think, I'm pretty sure he cares which person it was. Scott's like, oh no, you had a boat. That's great.
There's a little bit of a difference
I
here.
fold.
Slightly.
Like, oh yeah, Doug had one. That counts. That's fine. That's fine.
Doug had a couple of those, a few other sets, and then quads.
Yeah, I had some sets.
Unfortunately, I know because I had to pay to see all of them.
3,800. 3,800.
Wow, Spencer, midnight, where he is in Dusseldorf, Germany. Fantastic. Love hearing that. Silver Trigger checking in from Vienna, Austria. Not too shabby.
I fold.
So I believe there was going to be a raise when he folds. So do I need a number to put in there for you?
4,400.
44.
I know what was going to happen.
I didn't want to assume what it was because I saw it.
The day he goes for 4,400 and then decides to call, I'll have to stop doing that. But until then, I think I could probably just save us a little time.
You know what's funny is I almost did that earlier, and I was like, I've already reached for him. Fuck it, I have to stick with it.
There you go.
I was like, man, this would look so weak if I don't now. Yeah.
15.
You really rarely see that, especially pre. Maybe once in a while on the river.
Yeah, that's fair.
There was a really sick hand when I went to LA and played in the Hustler, where one of the players bet the flop, bet the turn. One second, I have to think about this.
That 3,300.
Bet the flop, bet the turn, and 3-bet pot. So it was a big pot. And we're on the river. And we're playing time chips, right? So he thinks it over, He's a time chip. And he gets his chips together. And then he's counting out a bet. And he gets to the line, and he's like, he brings it back in. And I'm like, oh my God, yes, my top pair is going to win, right? And then he thinks about it. And then he throws another time chip in, and he's thinking about it. And then he goes back and gets more chips, and it comes out, and then he just blasts. That's the whole thing. And I'm like, oh my God, what the hell, man? It was Francisco on their stream or whatever. And I just like thought about it, and I'm like, I don't think I've ever seen someone bluff like this, but like I have top pair, I'm just gonna pay him off, you know, like. And I called, and he's like, oh, I had ace. He was bluffing. And I was like, damn, that was like a really gangster way to bluff. Like, who does that?
No, I've never seen that before.
Like, what a production.
I would be very nervous.
That was a production.
King high.
I do too. Chop it up.
Chop that one.
Chop, chop.
That is.
What a the theatrics.
I've actually never seen their setup.
The Hustler setup?
Yeah, pretty nice.
Yeah, they do a good job. Their actual room is a little small, but they do a great job with their show, and their production does a good job, and I like what they're doing.
That's 2K.
Their games are really good.
Yeah, I know that for sure. I know Ryan works really hard too.
Yeah, he does a good job.
For sure.
Check.
And check. Check and check. Check. That is 14.
Aces and trays for Doug. Trying to get something out of it.
3.
No.
I was thinking about this yesterday. After we played, I went home and I was just like looking at stuff online. And there is so much good poker content now, it's insane. Your options yesterday were you could watch Phil Hellmuth at a Poker Go final table, or you could watch a high stakes cash ring game at Hustler, or you could watch a high stakes heads up match at the Lodge. Do people realize how lucky they are compared to like 5 years ago, where it was like maybe the bike had a 10-20 game?
Do you think this is like the golden era for like poker?
For content,
When-
100%.
When has been better?
Yeah.
And a lot of people are investing in it and stuff
2000.
too.
Smart. Nope.
All right, we can turn the AC down a blip again.
Whatever you want to do, man.
Let's do it.
Getting warm.
It's hot. It's cold. It's hot. It's cold. The players. Good stuff today. Doug
And then I
makes an
see
excellent
people
point
that complain
about all the
stuff.
content.
Man, you guys don't realize how fucking good you have it compared to like, I checked, yeah.
No, 100%.
Jacks for Scott, open-ender here
think
for
that's
Doug.
People though, man.
2,500.
Fair.
Everyone's got something to say about something. Not everyone, but so many do.
But there has never been a better time for poker content. It's just the nuts right now.
Doug looking for a deuce or a 7. What's Scott going to do here? He checks. Check mark for Scott. It is good stuff, the amount that you can watch. We appreciate you joining
Crazy to
us.
think about all that, and then how many people chose to watch this over those things, you know?
Yeah, well, we are earlier too, so that gives us a little bit of an advantage.
For sure.
But yeah, no, for sure.
Phil won too, right?
Phil won, yeah.
That's so sick.
Phil won.
I love Phil. Did you see the video
He's
of
a
him jumping
character.
rope?
Which video?
Of him jumping rope at Poker Go?
I did, yeah. It wasn't the best.
No, it was actually the best.
Well, I guess
sure. It's
I guess
definitely the best, man.
It depends on how you're defining the best.
He's just such an enigma. Like,
I guess what's cool about what's out there now is you just have a lot of different options on what kinds of stuff you want to watch, right? Like Poker Go does a ton of tournaments, and then Hustler does only cash. We do a little mixture of both. You can watch big games. You can
Set
watch
for
small
Scott.
games. You can watch short-handed games. You can watch full
Gut shot
games.
for Doug.
Raise 3,000.
no, for sure. It was a huge
This
variety
one
of
fold.
stuff. I didn't like it then. I had a monster.
I had a gutter.
We could have had the reverse of yesterday where I flopped the set, you could have turned your gutter, and I could have
Oh.
rivered.
If I had if I had 2-card gutter, I would have been in there. But with the 1-card gutter, it's a little dirty. I think it's doing a lot to grow poker, though. How
Oh,
many
for
people are
sure.
committed to the content side of it?
And the best part is people can make a lot of money
Yeah.
in the content world. There's money there now. It's so good for the casinos and everyone that like.
Yeah, definitely.
Queen.
It's good. Another board, the Queen 7 would be pretty nice on, huh?
Yeah.
Yeah. I remember when like literally the very first allowed Twitch poker stream happened. When I started there, it was actually technically in the terms of service that you couldn't stream poker. And they were like, go tell people to stream poker.
Why was it just because it's gambling?
Yeah.
Well, it changed a lot when the slot guys came in.
I have very strong opinions about that.
Check.
Check.
And check. Check. That is 14.
The slot thing is one thing, if it's like legitimate, but like seeing people that like live in a 2-bedroom apartment play like 100,000 or more a hand blackjack,
Yeah.
and like do like $20,000 slot spins.
Yeah.
It's just so disingenuous, and a lot of people really don't know what's happening and think it's real, and it's just, I think that's really not okay. But if someone wants to like have fun doing their real, actual them slot spins, like whatever, like I still don't think it's the best
Yeah, I mean,
for the
it get-
world,
it-
but like
yeah.
it's real. It's when it's like actually just like is what it is, and then it's like not real, really their actual money, and it's fake and stuff. That's when I just like, ew. I hate that.
Yeah, it's tough because the thing that's unique about poker is it's a skill game.
Yeah, for sure.
So people can watch poker and you can learn poker, and it's not like just pure degeneracy.
100%.
But the slots, those streams
It's pure
are.
degeneracy.
And,
Yeah.
and so I've tuned in just to see what was going on, and you can tell whoever's streaming is usually on drugs, and it's just, I don't know, man.
Yeah, it's not great.
It's not. I don't really see why Twitch is. It feels kind of over the line to me. I don't know. Maybe it's fine. I don't know. Who knows?
Again, I think that like at one point almost all of it was like not legitimate, like I just said. I still think a lot of it.
I checked. Yeah.
I still think a lot of it is like not really their money, not really stakes they would play for, and all of these things. And like,
Jump ball here. Doug's going to take it down with a bet. Hand number 200 is in the books. 200 hands
The other side of it would be.
in 3 hours and 15 minutes. That included about a 40-minute
or not watch or
dinner
whatever,
break.
right? So
yeah, of
that's-
course. That's again like I don't.
Wrestling's fake, but WWE's pretty big.
Yeah. Right.
Like, this is an outrage. They're not even really wrestling. And Mickey, you know what?
It's not confirmed.
Yeah.
They definitely jump on. I mean, they get really hurt.
Yeah, they do.
14. Raise 42.
I fold.
And fold.
Yeah, first person I tried to watch WWE with, turned it off and put on UFC. It was like, this is what you should be watching.
Well, that's what I would prefer, but WWE is huge. I mean, UFC is huge too, but
I went to a high school with a guy that
they did WWE?
did wrestling, and I used to tell him it was fake. And
3,800.
One of
the
Endgame's
next time I saw him, I apologized.
One of Endgame's first clients was actually Impact Wrestling, and I went to one of their events, and right off the bat, and it was like they had like their tag team world championship bout, and the actual like tag team champs was the big MMA gym out of Florida.
Not familiar.
They're huge. I'll think of the name, but it was like the guy that owns the gym, who I guess is just a huge wrestling fan, Bobby Lashley, and like King Mo, and like a bunch of guys that really fought wrestling. And then the other side, they brought a couple other real
Raised to 8,000.
fighters
Doug
in,
raises to 8,000 with the open-ender.
and it was super interesting.
Looking for a 3 or an 8.
Because afterwards, like Stephen Bonner and King Mo hadn't done this very much, so after their like fake wrestling match, they both come back with like a bust. One of them has like a broken nose. The other one's like got a huge black eye. It's like, we accidentally really hit each other. Got in the moment and I forgot the fake punch thing.
That is 12,000.
Doug with the $12,000 bet. Scott with the Kings.
Very respectful.
Gonna lay it down. Doug gets
We
one
haven't played
through.
that spot much.
What was that?
We haven't played that spot much.
Good fold, bad fold?
It was a bad fold,
Shoot.
but I had a really nice bluff hand for it. I had 6-7 with a diamond, so I had the flush draw blocker, and I had the
Yeah.
open ender, and I had the 3,800.
I had top pair.
It's not a great run out for just top pair. Do you have a diamond? I
No.
assume not. Yeah, I mean. Top
And
pair-
it was one of my worst top pairs too.
Yeah, that's just. That's,
Scott down about 56,000 for the day.
outline, but-
Yesterday he lost 100,000 in that match.
you can have two pairs, you can have flushes, you can have all kinds of shit.
So a 2-day total
Poker's kind of beautiful.
down
because there's always the thing
156,000
you're
for his
supposed to
2
do,
days
right?
here at the
And
lodge.
then, but then on the other hand, it's like if you just think the other guy's full of it, you can just say, "Yeah, fuck it, I'm just gonna see what he's got," you know?
100%. I do that all the time.
Fold.
We'll be back tomorrow, 3 p.m. Central, for another great cash game. This time, 8 players will be at the table and just one dealer. All hearts on this flop.
400?
Very fair price.
It is. I'm gonna stick around.
Four hearts out there. Scott hit an ace here.
42, I'm sorry. That's 42.
It's a less fair price on the turn.
I flopped 2 pair.
Fold 2 pair? That's a big fold.
Yeah.
Damn. Ace high.
Ace high as well.
Ace
Yeah,
Jack
okay.
is going to play.
That's going to do it.
Corey Gilbert, thank you for that super chat. Crossed over to 115,000 subscribers. Thank you for all that subscribed today. Doug up 53.9 today.
Finally. I've been waiting 2
Just
days.
under 1,000 likes.
Been waiting 2 days to have it at 8,000.
Appreciate everybody who took a minute to give us a thumbs up on this day of action. We'd love to have you subscribe as well. We're on 4 days a week, Monday,
How often do you
Wednesday,
get to
Friday, and
deal with
Saturday.
Review at the table? That's got to be pretty rare.
except for today, a little special edition.
I mean, I used to deal craps, so it's sort of similar, but not really.
There's 2 staff members working at a craps table. I've never played craps.
Here have I?
Three-
Not once.
3 dealers and 1 supervisor.
Wow, that's some serious business.
It was great once I got good at it.
Dealing craps?
Yeah.
Or is it dealing? Or would you?
Dealing, yeah. One of the most difficult games to do.
Didn't know that.
Once I got good at it.
I've never played it, but every time I walk by a craps table, there's like 25 people by it, I feel like, which would make it difficult by itself.
Seems like the vibe at a craps table is like either very somber or very excited.
There's really no
Like blackjack? Yeah, blackjack, it's like, it's a little evenly dispersed, right? But craps is not evenly dispersed.
Thank you. We're over 1,000 likes. Corey, thank you for that
Way
super
more.
chat. Appreciate it. Aaron, we're working on a new graphics package, so look for that in the future. That'll be coming.
Wish I had a spade. Well, or a better hand, I guess would be nice too. I fold. I mean, I guess I could say wish I had 2 pair or a flush or that. Straight.
Wish I had better cards.
Yeah. Can I get a fresh one off the top?
1,000.
Did you actually do that with Bill?
Yeah.
Raised to 44.
It was a weird game. Getting a fresh one off the top.
Scott hits his ace.
Check. $45. Call. Check. That is 12,000. Check.
Will Doug fire again here? Or will he shut it down with king high? Oh my goodness. Huge bet incoming.
How much is it?
That is
62,000. 63,000.
Man. I love this hand. Just my new favorite poker hand is ace-jack.
He's kidding. Lost a lot last night with ace-jack on the last hand of the stream. Makes the call. And Scott wins a huge pot.
I knew I was screwed when you had ace-jack.
167,800. And Scott now is up 32,000 for the day.
Oh.
Scott now up 33,000. At one time today he was down 100. Doug went for that with king high, made a rather large river bet, and Scott,
Damn it.
made the call with aces. Thank you, Paul Edwards, by the way.
There's-
And Scott, I guess, had
All right.
nature was calling for Scott.
I'm adding 50.
He's back, and Doug is going to be adding 50,000 to his stack. So now both players in for 200,000 each. We'll get the graphics fixed on Doug's
I
end.
feel like every time I have somehow won a big pot, you've always had a 3-bet hand every time, but it's never actually been bullshit. It's just like you've had a hand that 3-bets.
Yeah, my 3-bets have been reasonable.
Yeah, no, they have, for sure.
I don't know. I'm trying to find a groove.
The biggest compliments I got last night was the one text that someone said.
Was the what, sorry?
The text I got that said, you know, he must not think you're a total fish because he played just normally fine. He didn't do anything wild that you would do to someone that you just have no respect for.
Yeah, well, not to make you feel worse, but I play the same versus everybody, basically.
I don't. I lose my mind. But thanks for making me feel worse, buddy. I appreciate it.
3,800.
I know you're really pissed now, but you know.
Tilt 3-bet.
I can't call. I want to, but I can't do it.
Yeah, when you said I have ace-jack, I was like, oh, I'm screwed here.
Uh-oh.
Why can't you just
Big
have, like,
hand here,
queens?
possibilities. Big slick versus ace queen.
Raise 44.
Wait, 13,000.
Raise to 13.
13,000 is the 4-bet pre-flop. Scott coming along. 26,000 in the skillet. 8 deuce deuce. Big slick versus ace queen.
13,000.
Scott coming along.
Check. Check.
Goes check, check. Check mark for Doug with Big Slick. Let's see what Scott does here.
Ace queen.
He goes check, check, and Doug will win a $52,000 pot.
It's good,
Fair,
it's
fair.
good when you lose a big one. You get ace king to 4-bet. You're like, oh man, this is looking pretty punty right now. Pretty punty. Check.
Bet 2,000.
Nut flush draw for Scott. Pair of ducks for Doug. There's the flush for Scott. No waiting.
Bet 4,000.
Fold.
So there you see, after 216 hands of poker, Scott up $7,600.
Okay, well, there's the first one. It's going to be... I'm doing it this way because I'm doing blackjack. There's really nothing I could do there. Check.
Check.
It looked like you were reaching there.
I
Oh,
was
never
thinking
mind.
about it, but
Oh,
then I was
check.
like, I'm going to check and bet the turn.
14.
I had it. That was dumb. You got the live reads.
Raise 1,000. Check.
Check.
Check. Check. Check. Check. Bet 1,500. Call showdown.
Ace.
Good.
Scott wins that. Nina is in chat. How you doing, Nina? Always good to see you in chat.
1,000.
It's the worst when you run a big bluff and they say like, oh, I have this, and you're like, no, not that. Oh, not that. No, and like you can't even say anything to alleviate the pain. You just have to sit there and die, you know? It's not like you can be like, I mean, I guess you could try and talk him out of it, but like, that looks weird too.
In my mind, I'm like, oh, God damn it. Ace jack again here.
I mean, the check got me. You bet the flop I fold.
Yeah.
Instead, you win like 150K pot or something. That was a good flop check. Fell right into the trap with the old king 3 of diamonds.
On the flop, too, I was like, you know, I could check and just call all the way.
Then you did. I mean, you definitely did.
And then you randomly hit me with the 2x spot again, and I'm like, I have this hand again, F. Except I think it was like 3x or more last night.
Scott with another flush draw here.
What was. I just know it was very big.
It's a rough one, man.
75.
Doug's Jack 10. It's good here, but what will Scott do? Will he keep firing?
Yes, it's a
The answer is yes.
20,000.
Dude, I put my milk back in the fridge and I clear my hands, so you can't stop me.
Doug's going to lay it down.
I clean my hand later.
I see Matty J in chat, responsible for naming the wheel. Remember the wheel? His wheel name is Clarence.
There's 1,000.
Matty J gets all the credit for that, always has.
I checked down.
Both players with the same hand, 7-6 offsuit. Jump ball here. Scott's going to bet 5,000. Doug's going to lay it down. Both players are in for 200,000 each. They started the day 100,000 and have added on accordingly. Both players now in for 200,000. You see Scott's up about 22,000 for the day.
3,800.
It's 38.
Couple clubs for Scott. Seems like he always is flopping flush draws the last orbit or two. Thank you, Corey, for that super chat. Much appreciated. Deck has gotten cold for Doug.
Fold.
That 21,000 fool.
I'm good for the moment.
1,000.
Thank you, though.
I almost said heads up.
That's amazing.
What happened?
I almost said heads up.
When I said gosh, you almost said heads
Like
up.
Anastasia did that a bunch of times.
700.
I was like, you're going to be saying that a lot, right?
Yeah.
Heads up, guys.
Heads up. Check.
Vote for Scott. Doug looking for a 10, 7, or queen.
That is 5,500. Call. Check.
Check mark for Scott.
Surrender.
Another check.
Scott's starting to heat up here.
There you go. Full house you always want.
There we go.
Up 36,000 for the day.
I mean, I'll be honest, there's other ones that I would have preferred, but I'll take that.
Yeah.
Little wins. Little
Thank
wins.
you.
100%, yeah, see? For sure.
Thousand.
3,800.
3,800.
You guys split the tips, right?
Yeah.
Here, this is for earlier. I forgot.
Much.
38.
raise 44.
That keeps me Ellis. I don't want to be in that place. I want at least a few.
Black chips, if you don't mind.
Yeah.
Size up, guys.
Pocket fives.
Negative 1.
Try that again. Liz. Liz does so much here at the lodge. She's part of our production team as well as a dealer. Skull Mike. When asked what I'm thankful for this year at Thanksgiving, Slick Rick will be number 1, followed by Naps at number 2. Skull Mike, remember, you're getting married
I'm okay with it, but I would have been fine
in a
with it
few
if it was
weeks,
the
so I
energy card
think
thing that can get me, but, like,
Nina better be ranking above
I'll
Slick
put one of
Rick.
those hands.
Yeah, I see.
I'll be above Naps, but
Backdoor flush draw. So I needed like a pretty specific price to get in there. It's never good when like what worst stacks of 20 are in just like a disarray stack of like 15 and 8 and like 12. Usually you're not winning when that's the case.
Doug now with trips.
All right, let's fix these. Put them into at least something kind of organized.
Doug with the jiggities. Gonna take it down.
Fold.
I see you, Scrubs Poker. Thank you all for tuning in. 4,400 watching right now. Paul Edwards, thank you so much. That's funny, Paul. Imodium for Skull Mike. From Perth, Western Australia, one of our great fans from Australia, Paul Edwards. Queen 10 versus Ace Queen here.
Was the fireplace orange or blue yesterday?
I guess so. That's black.
It changes colors.
Yeah, I didn't change the color settings, but I had
No, this one's working better.
Let's put on anything else.
How are we feeling about green? No, I'm just kidding.
In.
Ooh, 2 pair for Scott. Queens for Doug.
The St. Patrick's Day green flames were pretty good.
I think Valentine's Day should be pretty color.
Scott with 2 pair. Doug looking for a jack.
15,000.
15,000 is the bet. Doug comes along looking for a jack. There's the jack. Broadway for Doug. 2 pair for Scott.
Check.
A lot of bubble gum coming in play, folks. 45,000.
45?
Correct.
Makes the call. Doug with Broadway. $134,000 pot.
Yeah. Yeah, that was a skillfully played hand on my part.
You own me.
Thank you.
That was really, really well done. expertly maneuvered. That was pretty lucky, huh? All right, I'll have another White Claw.
Another White Claw ordered.
One, too. Depression setting back in, you know? Definitely the same thing.
I'll get black cherry. I want to mix it. No, I'll stick with lime. I'm sticking with lime. I'm sticking with lime.
Roller coaster. That's what this game is right now.
Fold. Turn, I was like, calling here, is this Spewy? I really don't know. Yeah, I guess I'll call. And I called. Oh my God, I did it. I willed my way into a backdoor straight here. 3,800.
The swings back and forth. It's the thing about No Limit. You cannot take any, there's no hands off. You're in. Doug, 28,900 up. He was up a little over 100,000 earlier today. Scott fought back.
Thank you.
Scott was up about 35,000 at one point. Thank you, Corey Gilbert.
1,000.
1,000.
No way, I felt the need to say that. As opposed to the other opens on the button. You want this one? I'm thinking 1,000. Check. Check.
2,000.
And I'm 27, I remember.
That's 10,000.
King 9.
Oh, King 9. I think you're King
No, King
high.
9. King 9. Sorry.
It's okay.
No, I didn't say King 9.
All right, ace high. Whoops.
Jimmy Bluffett makes a good point. Can't hide and no hands off.
Nice,
No
nice
Limit
call.
Hold'em heads up is
Oh,
not for
9.
nits.
Oh.
Slick Rick Lodge. Yeah, I mean, there's just nowhere to hide. You're
Close.
When you flipped it over, I was confused. I was like, wait, did I lose?
pocket
I really
kings
think
here
it's
for
King
Scott.
Ace 1,000.
Doug with crackers.
Not alone on that island.
You thought you heard that too?
That's offset.
Scott doesn't like that ace, but he'll continue. Doug will lay it down. Jazz said, when's the barbecue being delivered? It was delivered and
Flop. I should just fold it.
eaten.
It was punty.
They went with the family pack. There was plenty left over. I went out there. No brisket. What the heck?
What about the Swiss? You get more.
Only sausage and turkey left.
44.
Not fair. Scott with ace queen. 3 bets to 4,400.
Heads up. Wow. That,
You're going to be doing that a lot today.
no, that one was the other one was on purpose, but that one was clearly on accident. 3,000. That's 15,000.
Skater die not related. Good friend of mine, though. He came down. I wouldn't say good friend. He's a good guy. He's been down here before. 2 pair for Scott. And Doug binks the heart on the river. Huge bet incoming. $67,000 bet into a $44,000 pot. Scott would like to at least have the ace of hearts in his hand.
Sorry, this is going to take me a sec. $67.5, you said?
Correct.
Big time over bet on the river. Scott staring at Doug. Calls this. He'd be down close to 100,000 for the day. Over 100,000.
God, I hate this so much. I have such a good hand, too. Good hold. Was it a good
Makes the fold.
Yeah, I had you.
Fold ace queen.
I had you. I had a flush.
Sweet. That feels good.
Good fold from Scott there.
Well, that sucked.
Raise 1,000.
3,800.
Raise 3,800.
Yeah, had Scott made that call, he would have been down over 100,000. As it is, he's down 39,000 for the day. Open-ended for Doug.
Bet 4,500.
Scott's going to fire. Doug will come along. Neither player with any spades. Scott now has a queen, jack, or 9. And he's going to fire again.
13,000.
Doug will lay it down. Interesting in that hand with Doug, where he had the flush, he did the exact same thing.
I'm button. I'm button.
Go ahead and raise.
I mean, I had an open anyway, but
When he had it, as he did on the big bluff,
Yeah, just put yours down.
Out of position.
he looked down, then he took a sip of his
Ugh.
Red
Jack
Bull,
ten of hearts?
and then looked
no,
back down.
I had a speculative.
Interesting. He
holding.
did the same exact thing, both with the hand and on the bluff.
3,800. I don't really gotta get into details, but I drilled the river. It's really I had the old 5 deuce of hearts.
Oh my god. I'm telling you, man, I can't wait to get to have it in a big one.
I mean,
It's gonna be so exciting.
you did have the ace jack in a big one. That was.
Sidetix, thanks for the feedback. We'll check into that.
I was like, sweet, but I was really hoping to hit that.
Don't know why
really
that is
sneaky
happening.
Wheel draw. I had a wheel draw on the turn.
That would have been gross.
Thanks for the feedback.
That would have been real gross,
If you
dude.
bet, and I just like rip a 4 or whatever it was, you'd be like, what the fuck are you saying? You have jack 10. Oh my lord. Oh, Jesus. The thing that really, I was really happy about that is if you bet and check that I bricked, I have the like, I have to bluff hand, you know? Like, how do you end up with 5 high here? Oh.
The answer is you don't very often. It's you really try hard.
It's just like when you get deep enough stacks, it's just really tempting to just get in there with some shit and try and like
Figure it out.
make something happen, you
Yeah,
know?
no, I understand.
No, I get it, Sidetix. I totally appreciate it. And Yoda, appreciate it.
should've
We
just
will
felt like-
definitely check into it.
No, I think it was okay. Ah, who knows? Someone will fucking tell me afterwards. some guy's like, actually, technically, you're supposed to bet 67% on the rivers.
That's actually exactly what it sounds like too when they talk, for sure, every time.
I would have personally used 54, but 67 is okay. Oh, I'm sorry, you guys are waiting on me. I call.
No, you're okay.
Well, I'll tell you what, Scott. We've been playing some big ones. The small little jab session ended. Some uppercuts were thrown.
We don't play until 8:30 today?
You want to? Because I think we're scheduled to 7, but if you want to go a little later, I'm
We
cool
can play a
with
little later, yeah.
that. Okay.
Yeah, nothing else going on.
Thank you. I'll schedule till 7:30.
To 7:30, but he's saying he wants to play 8:30.
Oh, okay.
I think we could probably make it happen.
Cool.
Raise to 1,000.
Next break, let's chat outside.
What was that?
Next break, let's chat outside.
Yeah, deal.
Raise 44.
Fold.
Unless you get boring, then they'll end the stream. They'll be like,
Ricky, both players today are in
Heads
for
up matches are really going to
200,000.
get boring quick, too.
Yeah, I think
Scott's down 29,000 for the day.
you don't have to say that, Mickey.
200,000 today, and last night Doug ended up winning 100,000 in that match. So
Wow, no one ever
two
does
separate
that.
matches. Started over today.
Like, no, I'm not just saying that. You're like, you're paying me.
Raise 10K.
Check.
Check.
Both players hit a pair.
Bet 7,000.
Scott again with a flush draw, nut flush draw. Got a key card there. He's going to use that information
27 or 28.
and bet 28,000 into a $34,000 pot. Doug has the check mark, but let's see if Scott continues firing. 90,000 in the pot.
Hey.
Showdown. 15.
Doug will win another big one on hand number 246.
I wanted to shove river so bad. I can't do that one, though.
I think I would have folded. No diamond? I don't know. I think I would have folded.
Raise 44.
Scott showing the first time of being frustrated today. Doug hits his queen.
4,000. Oh. $15,000.
Doug going nowhere. Scott needs some help, does not get it. What will he do here? Not a good last 5 hands for Scott. Checks. It goes check, check. And Doug
Queen.
wins another one. Scott now down 97,000 on the day. The swings in heads-up poker are just incredible.
3,800.
Raise 3,800.
3,000. Raise to 44. Cool. Maybe a little more. That one ran away from me. Yeah.
Doug hits a pair and a flush draw. Starting to heat up.
3,000.
Doug banks the flush. It's a fun game when the flushes are coming. Scott lays it down. Doug was hoping he connected somehow.
Debated a trap.
Folks, who has subscribed for the first time today? And if you haven't yet subscribed, could I ask you please to do so? Sidetix with his $20 super chat. Beers and cheers. Love the content. Thank you, Sidetix. I mean, come on. You've had fun today. It's free content. Why wouldn't you want to subscribe? Just saying. Plus, at 150,000 subscribers, I've committed to jump out of an airplane
I feel like
with a parachute.
7 of our 10 biggest pots have happened in the last like 90 minutes or something.
They really have.
Just like all of a sudden it was just like we're gonna play fucking monster pots every fucking hand. Like I don't know, like if like people were tilted. I mean, I know one person was at least mildly tilted. But holy crap,
It's been fun.
it's been fun. Check.
At 14?
1400.
Doug again with the flush.
At 1600. Fold.
And Scott is going, will I ever win another hand? Now down today over $108,000. This may be the most today.
Raise to 44.
Scott with the aces.
Fold.
3,000 and fold.
Scott saying how I'm really running bad. I got the aces that can't. We've played monster pots. And I win a small one with my aces.
Imagine what we can do in the next couple hours.
The world's our oyster.
Raise 1,000.
Thank you all
Anything
who
could happen.
subscribed for the first time today, and certainly thank our longtime subscribers. We love you.
Check.
Oh my goodness. Doug with the wheel.
At 1,000.
Raise.
Raise 5,000. Fold. 1500. Call.
That 4,000.
Doug with his kings. Going to make the call and take it down.
Showdown 10 9 King 6 fair game.
Guy named Mike from Canada with a super chat. Guy named Mike, take care. Thanks. Ace, Queen, 6. Doug with the Robbie.
Check.
Pair for Doug. This has been quite the 20 minutes for Doug.
Raise 8K.
The whole match, the whole day changed in the last 20, 30 minutes. Flush draw and a pair now for Scott and a straight draw. Don't think he's going anywhere with a $6,000 bet. A lot of outs. The Queen of Hearts is not one of them. Doug with the check mark. What's Scott going to do here?
Ace 10.
Check showdown. Ace 10. Fair turns.
And Doug just running with it. It started really on hand number 215. Doug, Ace King versus Ace Queen. Doug won 52,000, then 231. Hand number 231. Doug hit Broadway. That was the hand of the match, I think. Hand of the day. He won 135,000 on that hand when Scott had aces and queens. Doug hit Broadway, 135,000. Hand number 237, Doug hit a flush on the river. And then hand number 246, a 90K pot. Doug with two pairs. So really, it's been a roller coaster. Ups and downs. Scott came all the way back from being down 100,000, got up about 40,000 at one point.
Oh, sorry.
And now currently down about 129,000 today.
Raise 44.
And 100,000 yesterday.
Raise 1,000. Call.
Check. When he reaches for one chip, I feel pretty confident about what's going to happen there.
Check. 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 Bet 1,500. Fold.
Be weird if like you check dark and I snap check dark back.
And to the turn we go.
How can we make this hand weirder?
Check. 700. Check. 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 Check.
4.
Pair of 4s for Scott. We'll take it down.
It's good. Do you have the time, Scott?
5, like almost 5:45.
Okay. You want to take a bathroom break here and
Doug flops trips.
check.
Recall.
Check mark for Doug here. On the 4-hour, 20-minute mark, 4:20 of our stream today.
All right, let's take a break for a second. Yeah.
They're going to take a quick bathroom break. Let's recap some things. Yesterday, they played. These two players played, and the last hand of the stream. Doug stacked Scott Ball. Scott lost $100,000 yesterday. Then today, we've been playing for 4 hours and 20 minutes. It all started with this tweet. On the 24th of March, Doug tweets out, "I'm issuing a $100,000 buy-in heads-up challenge to the world. Anyone can take it. Come on down to the Lodge Poker Club for some 200, 400. Well, Bill Perkins took him up on it. We played Sunday. Bill Perkins took him for between $29,000 and $30,000. Scott Ball said, I can come Wednesday and Thursday. Can I play you both days? Doug said, sure. So he played yesterday. We're playing today. More are in the pipeline. Just a lot has to do with scheduling, making sure they're available, Doug's available, and we've got streaming openings. So more will come down. You will see more of this for sure. This is Scott Ball, who's playing today, two-time World Series of Poker bracelet winner, president of Endgame Talent, and the 2021 World Series of Poker No Limit Player of the Year. Tail of the tape for Doug. Defeated Ben Sulsky in a heads-up challenge for $840K back in 2013. Then we all remember in 2021 the infamous match, heads-up match with Daniel Negreanu, in which Doug won a $1.2 million. So there's some information about that. If you want to play on the Lodge stream, very easy to do so. Go to the lodgepokerclub.com/livestream, fill out the questionnaire, or contact Skull Mike directly on his Instagram or Twitter at Skull Mike Poker. Let him know when you're coming into town, what you want to play, what days you're available. We'll get you in. Just give us a few weeks. Chances are we'll find a spot for you. Tomorrow, it all starts. Spring Madness, $100,000 guarantee tournament, $300 buy-in, March 31st through April the 2nd. April 25th will be the meetup game with Brad, Doug, and Andrew, and others. So if you want to come say hello to Brad, Doug, Andrew, and heck, I'm going to be here. I'd love to say hello to you if you're coming in town. Let me know you watch the stream. Love to say thank you. And then it all starts. The Lodge Championship Series. Some of the events you could see in the Lodge Championship Series from April 26th through May 16th. The $300,000 guarantee, $400 buy-in. We are going to have a $500,000 guarantee, $800 buy-in, May 4th through the 7th. And then, of course, culminating In the main event, $2 million guarantee, $3,000 buy-in last year. Mr. Visine man, Alan Bauer took home $375,000 for first. Doug Polk finished fourth in that tournament. Lots to do here at the Lodge. A minimum of 3 poker tournaments every single day if you're a tournament player. The cash games are as good or even better than you've possibly heard. It is true. The Lodge. Open 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. Action Central. If you want to play 1-2, 1-3, 2-5, 5-10, this is your place. PLO. If you want to play a game and there's enough people interested, we'll deal you the game. $11 an hour once you become a member of the Lodge. No rake. $11 an hour. Tremendous value compared to any rake game. You do the math. First of all, no money is coming off the table at all. All players pay when they leave. So no money is collected from the players at all during their playing time. So the chip stacks get bigger and bigger and bigger. Huge difference, folks, between a timed rake of $11 versus your current casino that's taking a rake. So tremendous value, tremendous action, all the tournaments you could ever want, and a great city. Lots to do, lots of great restaurants in town. So get to the Lodge. We'd love to say hello to you. We'll be back tomorrow with a great stream, including Florida Bill, effing Bob from the Florida Boys, mixing it up. The Pitmaster General, he's going to bring barbecue, more barbecue. Oh, my goodness. Yoni will be in the mix. The Llama will be in the mix. I can't wait for tomorrow already. We'll be on at 3 p.m. Central. Serious, if you're a poker player, honestly, if you go to Vegas and you just play poker, you should give yourself a chance to come to the Lodge. The Austin area is tremendously exciting with all that it has to offer, but as far as poker, it's just a great value. There's your cumulative winnings for today. Doug up $128,000 today. He won $100,000 yesterday.
You guys both unmuted?
Ooh, I had Ace Jack, the King Queen hand, and the Ace of Diamonds.
And we're back. Players took a short break.
Pretty much everything.
And we're probably back until it ends, whenever it does end.
Like, you don't really want to rip because you could win.
Yeah.
Those spots are actually easier if you have like ace-10. And you're like, oh, I can ship it in.
They really are.
But when you have a jack, you're like, I might win.
Thank you, Steve D. Think I will go for a drink after this. Don't really drink, but tonight I might. Why not?
Check.
Check.
Is there a massage therapist available? Can you check?
Yes.
Check.
At 2,000.
No, I'm okay. Thank you.
Check. It already feels better. At 2,000. Raise 16,000.
Like one player asks for a massage. Like, do you also want a massage? It's kind of funny.
Didn't know I could get them.
Like, wouldn't you probably have jumped in there?
Yeah, probably.
He did. Probably one of the few times you could have more than one
At the
massage
table.
therapist in here at the table too.
Yeah, because it doesn't block camera angles.
You can't do it in here when they have a full game.
Yeah, it blocks a lot of things.
So you can get like one, but more than that causes issues.
Yeah.
Makes
Really-
sense.
Really limits the space.
I check.
Scott with a pair, Doug with an open ender.
Check. Check.
Check mark for Scott.
Good.
6.
All 9s on this board. Doug with the boat.
Every hand.
It's just the classic. But the power of the deuces. That flop in this hand is like this match, basically, in like a one-hand summary. I flop a boat with deuces on a trips board. That's basically all the hands we play.
Brace that. Call. Check. 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 Check.
Jack high.
Check.
I also have jack high.
Jack 8.
The kicker play. I think it does. Yes. Yes, it does.
It sure does. Scott will take it down.
Winning the big ones again. Let's go.
It's a great shot of our new studio under the lights. Look at that picture. Is that a lemur? Would you call that a lemur? In the picture above the fireplace?
Check. Check.
Check.
Check.
Ace high.
Also ace high.
Chop that one
Time we
up.
chop.
It is a lemur. Martin says it's a pit bull. That, I think,
Is that you dealing?
is incorrect.
Hold. Pew, pew.
Max says he thought it was Skull Mike. That's a good one.
Really?
Yeah. Yeah.
Damn, you guys are so serious here.
Pilot in command, I bet you, honestly, today,
Hold.
we don't have shufflers. But if we did, I bet you
got it.
our 2 dealers
For
format
most of the dealers, it's a little far, but you have a little longer angle there.
would deal just as many or more hands than a
No,
shuffler.
I was willing to sit on that side, and then I realized who my partner was. I'm like, oh, he's
We got 421 hands in
Raise.
yesterday,
Oh, no, I figured this out early. You always pick the
275
guy
hands
over there.
already
Every-
today.
Every single
to
game.
make it fair. I was gonna do rock paper scissors.
And if you heard earlier, Doug
think
gave the
that's what
reasons
happened,
why
actually.
we don't have shufflers.
I think we're playing the guy goes on that side is how it works around here. 700.
700.
It's all right.
I wanted to be different, but then I was like, oh, Taylor. I think it makes more
Heads up table.
Check.
Check.
I think we got approved for it.
Yeah, we did.
Check.
Check.
Excited.
Queen.
See, you think we got approved for it?
Yeah, that's what I heard yesterday.
It's just funny because like I approved it, so it's nice to. You're right. You're right. I'm just interested in the
Matt told me.
like that
When I was
process.
assistant
Yeah.
yesterday. That's really funny.
You're right. No, you're right. Dude. You're on the money. I mean, I just,
Yesterday.
it's just that's like that feedback loop is kind of funny.
That's great.
At first, I didn't think we should do it, but then when I realized how awkward it is for that chair,
Especially there's going to be a lot more of these.
That 1400.
Doug with trips. And the check mark.
Did my phone turn on? Did my phone turn on?
You can just say, hey, this is production. This is doing.
The 3200.
You're the best.
Thank you, you Osborne. Very nice comment. Appreciate that. I'll pass that along to everybody who works so hard. There's a lot of people involved to make this happen. Got a production crew back there.
Okay, you don't have to send somebody in if nobody's here. It's all
Cameras, audio, GFX, a lot of
Sure.
crew
Okay.
members
No worries.
take part in making this a
We're not
great stream.
inconvenience anyone though if there's no.
The dealers, Mickey. So appreciate you, and I will
I'm definitely
pass
not
that
allowed.
along
Just
to
like,
the
I
entire
think that might
team.
be good for TV.
I just get lucky because I'm in the front seat of the car, but there are so many people
I'm
in the
not.
car with us.
Not doing the production massage. You guys are you do plenty. You don't need to be getting
King
in there
Jack
for the
5.
massages as well.
You're doing enough.
Check.
Scott hits his 8 though on the turn.
Eight.
Is that a lodge blanket?
Yes.
I didn't even know we had those.
I have now in the merch store.
Wow.
Yeah.
Dead.
So
How
if you-
soft is it?
Oh,
If you get too cold, there you go.
yeah.
There's a great lodge blanket. Here's an interesting hand. Ducks versus trays.
It's nice, but I'm in a hand.
Set for Doug.
I had deuces.
Wow.
I was in big trouble.
That is nice though. Flopping set's nicer, but that is nice. Do you know what that means? You don't follow poker like at all, right? Do you know what a set is?
Raise 44.
I may look like a little bit of a dumb but I study poker
I-
just to stay in the environment.
I did not say that.
That's quite
did-
the stretch.
I did not say that at all.
Heads up.
I'm a dealer too. Of course I know what a set is.
Okay.
2 pair for Scott. Outflops Doug here on this one. Check mark for Scott here and a nice $38,000 pot.
Check.
Leaving the door open for Doug. Doug does not take it. And Scott will win a nice pot.
River.
Lord says, commentator, please be quiet. I think I've been quiet
2000.
a lot this stream, trying to give y'all the table talk you want. Thanks for the comment, though.
That 4K?
I had ace queen in that hand.
Yeah.
I was gonna call the river.
Yeah?
If you jammed, yeah.
1,000.
Damn it, I messed up.
No, I think checking a 9 is good. I mean, most of the time if I call you,
44.
Yeah, you're dead.
yeah, it's
Not a good sign.
actually a little less happy to see a check than a bet, I think. I was like, all right, here we go. I'm gonna play for stacks. I got ace high. And you checked. I'm like, oh shit, is he some kind of fucking pair here?
Thanks, D. Howitzer. Appreciate all of y'all.
Check.
Doug with 2 pair.
That's 700.
Fold. No juice that time.
DJ.
Fold.
Oof. No. Give him his cards back. Make him play.
What can you do for me? All right, if I get a fresh one off the top, I'm in.
Okay.
Oh, okay. I'm out then. I'm out.
Both players in for 200,000. Scott down 117,000 for today. That's a flush draw here, Doug.
That's 700.
Pair of 8s. Another check mark for Doug.
8.
He'll take down a small $3,400 pot. I say small. Huge pot for me. Small pot today. Some of the pots today, 134,000. Hand number
Fold.
231. Hand number 39 was 136,000. And I guess the biggest pot of the day was hand number 211, 167,000. So lots of big pots today.
3,800.
Raise to 1,000, raise to 3,800. Fold.
That was fast.
If we keep that pace up, we're gonna play a lot of hands today.
That was amazing.
I like your replay to them too. It was like boom, boom, boom. We're gonna move on to the next hand here.
Clear and concise.
How many hands have we played today?
I think.
287, Doug.
Yes. 288.
Oh, okay.
Oh, we're gonna hit over 4.
We did over 4 yesterday.
But yesterday we played way less big pots, which
That is very true.
we put like 1 at the end. Other than that, it was like that's basically it.
Today we played like 9.
I know.
Check. Check.
Skull Mike in chat. Woke up from his nap. Says, does Scott leave with gas money or not? That's the question. Skull Mike. Gotta say, Scott was a very pleasant guy to talk to
I would
pre-stream.
love to know average pot size yesterday versus today. It's actually kind of insane.
Not
Really
even close to.
has enjoyed
it's
his
just,
stay
like,
here in
ridiculous.
Austin.
Do we track those metrics? Like, is that in the software?
Check.
Pair for both players
Don't,
here.
don't worry. You don't have to look it up. That's not what I was asking for. I'm just saying.
I'm just wondering, like,
2 pair for Doug.
15.
I don't think the software. That'd be an interesting thing for it to track.
Raise to 8,000.
for the whole stream. Oh, you give it back up. That's cool.
8,000 is called. River, 3 of diamonds, check mark for Doug. Top pair for Scott. Puts him in another tough position.
Two pair.
It's good.
Thanks, Ian. As Doug drags another pot. It all turned really around hand number 215 for Doug. When he hit Broadway against aces and queens on hand number 231, that was huge too. Two pair, 4 to a straight. Oh, a set for Scott. He hits it.
Two pair.
Set.
10-7.
One of the worst sets imaginable, but a set nonetheless.
I get him when it
See,
counts.
there you go. You're hitting some sets.
I get him when it counts, Doug.
Yeah.
I get him when it counts.
There you go, great. A set on the flush board, straight board. Just what I was hoping for.
What I've been looking for all day. At least you didn't make it like 9 bajillion to make me fold.
Yeah, I had two pair. It'd be hard to make it 9 bajillion.
Check.
I'd be a dangerous player on that board.
700.
Tune in tomorrow.
You guys are so fast at moving the button. I bet, took a drink, and when I came back, the button was gone. I'm like, wow, that was not what I expected.
Tune in tomorrow, 3 p.m. Central, for a 10-20-20 game. 2000.
It's kind of funny, too, because in Heads Up, it's like the
$2,000 cap match the
there's
stack.
the least difficulty compared to Ring, you know? So you have two dealers, and it's just two people. I fold. I don't know why I showed you, but I fold. There you go. Discipline laid out. It's your first time doing Heads Up, right? Yeah, you said? Yeah. A lot of Heads Up matches that go down, typically.
Yeah, it's a hard thing to get to deal.
Every now and then, but it's pretty rare.
That's a good amount of heads up, just as the only dealer. It's like,
Tom, yes, we do a lot of PLO.
Yeah.
Couple PLO tables every single day here at the lodge.
This is not a good spot for sevens.
No.
Not what you want. Oh.
Mr. Dr. Batman
I
is
can
in
see
chat.
trading.
How you doing, sir?
I feel like someone's ready to go back to craps, honestly. The second time we're
We
talking
can
about how
tell.
great craps is.
I kind of miss it. Well, when you say draining, that's the only game that's ever draining.
All right, Doug.
All right.
We're on none.
Okay.
Adding on 100,000 for Scott.
Scott is now in for 300,000 today. He just added another barrel of bubble gum. Those are $5,000 each, folks.
No, that'll never leave poker, Doug.
He's now in for 300,000.
until we get craps in here.
Yeah. Don't even joke about that. We're trying to pass something in the legislature right now.
I'm dead.
Mickey, I'll take another White Claw. I'm going to go back to lime, though.
Lime.
Big Slick Suited versus Pocket Tens.
Raise to 9,000. Check.
What does Doug do here? Going to continue.
That's 18,000.
18,000 into a $26,000 pot.
I had you.
Believe it.
Scott now down over $150,000.
Kind of had me.
Kind of had you, but I had you. I had tens. If you folded, I had you. Hoping for some light calls, not some. It's like one of those hands where you're like, am I bluffing? I don't know. I don't think so, but maybe.
Sometimes I am, sometimes I'm not. Don't always know, but I'm betting.
The nice thing is with tens, it's like if the river breaks, you're like, okay, I can safely check here and feel good about my hand, you know? Oh, sorry.
You good. 1,000.
700.
700. Very cool.
I like the training on you head in when the hand ends. Like I would never care. Like if I was in a big pot, and you're like, here's your drink. I'm like, thanks. Take a sip. Like it doesn't really matter. But it's a production thing, right? You wait for the hand, and when it ends, go. Send her in.
Usually for you can.
Doug is the new White Claw warrior.
That's 700.
Doug with the king of clubs here. Scott with the aces. A lot of outs for Doug.
Big fold.
Really?
Big fold. Could you beat one pair?
No. But I had the king of clubs, so
That's a really good card.
I could get there, or I could fire river. Either way, with one pair, it's going to get pretty tough.
Check. Check.
Check, yep.
Check. 14.
Six.
Doug is hitting everything right now. And we're about to play hand number 300. Approaching 4 hours and 50 minutes. Almost 5 hours.
Call.
If this stream, we took about 30 minutes for the dinner break, though.
Check.
So we're getting a lot of hands in per hour.
That's 7 full.
It's not just lime, it's natural lime. I thought it was synthetic, but it's actually natural.
You did say you like the synthetic lime more the other way.
Like, do they have a synthetic lime back there? You're trying to say you think that there's something synthetic in White Claw? I find that hard to believe.
Check. Synthetic lime just didn't have a nice ring to it, you know?
It does, you know?
Oh, you think it does?
Oh, you think it doesn't?
I think it doesn't. No. Check.
I check ace.
Welcome to the future.
Imagine if they could actually name a flavor natural lime. That would be so horrible, actually.
Cumulative
That'd be
winnings.
So wrong.
Is
on
it,
so
it's
many
got to be
levels.
natural lime, right?
Doug is up 158,600 today.
If this doesn't have actual lime in it when it's called natural lime, that would be pretty messed up. Okay, that's super
That's a
different.
really good point.
I
That's
fold.
actually a really good point.
That's super, super, super different. I saw a protein shake the other day. I went to like the gas station just to grab a protein shake, and I grabbed one. It said dairy free. I try to avoid dairy when I can, and I drank it. And I was looking at the bottle, and it said, look at the back, it says contains milk. I'm like, what the fuck? I think it's a
1,000.
what is it called? Muscle? No, not muscle milk. It's called
4,400.
one of the
400.
things. One of the things is
Re-raise to 13,000.
Doug, 4 bets to 13,000. Scott made a play yesterday with 6-5 suited. A big bluff against Doug. They were talking about pre-stream. Yes, 4-5 suited now.
Check.
Doug with a key card. Ace of clubs.
85.
like this is a similar spot. We had an exact 4-bet pot with that flop yesterday. Your ace 10 of clubs.
$1,000.
3,800.
Raise 3,800. Cool. Just want to put 8 in there for me.
Yeah, no problem. I'm gonna do this actually because I have so many of these.
Fold.
Got 3K full.
I'm out. Check fold. The disciplined check fold.
Basically, anytime you ever fold in heads up, you can pretty much call it disciplined. It's the funnest part about heads up.
That one wasn't actually that disciplined. I had a pretty fucking piece of shit hand.
4,400.
I don't know how many worse hands I can have than that, but it's not a large number. Call.
Scott on a
Check.
diamond draw here.
And check.
Doug hits his queen.
7,000. Call.
Another check mark for Doug. Scott fires 20,000. And Doug just snap calls the 20,000. Scott now down 200,000 for the day.
$3,800.
Raise 3,800.
Aces for Doug. Top pair, good kicker for Scott.
Check.
That reduces Scott's outs to 2. He needs a 9-ball corner pocket. He's going to fire 12,500. What does Doug do here?
King 9.
Check, showdown, king 9, aces.
Scott.
Raise.
He's hurting right now.
Check.
Doug with the open ender to Broadway.
2,000.
Seriously serious checks into chat. How you doing?
That $200 has been passed around a lot. No one wants it.
Heads up's great. You play every hand. It's like I get aces, and then it's four folds. Raise.
Raise. Check. Check.
Kings for both players. Goes check, check.
King.
King.
They'll settle on a chop here.
Chop, chop. Wait, yeah, I see. For a second, it looked like he had a flush. I was like, I think he, oh.
I wish. I would have taken it.
You would have given it.
Fold.
Scott currently down 220,000. He's in for 300,000 today.
1,000.
Doug in for 200. $500,000 on the table between these two players. Flush draw for Doug. And a straight draw.
14.
Gutter.
4,200.
4,200.
Scott's going to raise to 4,200.
Oh.
There's a 10 for Doug to go along with his flush draw and his straight draw.
8,500.
8,500. 85.
Scott looking for a king or a 5 for a chop. Five for the chop. Scott thinking he just got there.
Check.
Doug firing at it.
That is 18,500.
18-5, quick call, and they're going to chop it up. Scott in for 300,000, as we mentioned. He's down 220,000 today.
Yeah.
Lost 100,000 yesterday.
That already moved. Okay.
As we approach just past the 7 p.m. mark in Austin, we've been on air for 5 hours.
I see you trapping. That's what you said in the trap.
You got me, buddy.
Oh man, diamond, you would have fired.
See you trapping.
I was trapping. You were gonna rub the diamonds into the diamonds there.
Mm-hmm. It was gonna hurt, but it was gonna happen.
Yeah.
Check. 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 Check.
This exciting pot. What's going to happen?
Wheel for Scott.
Oh,
Now it's exciting.
fold. I fold.
Fold.
I'll fold a deuce.
Discipline.
That seems fair.
Scott at one time today was up about 40,000.
3,800.
Raised 3,800.
When we review tonight, it's going to be somewhere between hands 215 and 246, where all the damage, the big damage was done. Check mark for Scott here with the ace.
Ace high.
Good.
That was the tweet on the 24th.
Damn, you'd be killed.
Doug
Bree.
Polk
Killed.
issuing a $100,000 buy-in heads-up
format.
challenge to
Pure
the world.
Clean.
We believe there will be plenty
Like a
more
white call.
Right.
for the challenge.
I'm glad I didn't hit an 8. That was not inept.
Already had 2 within 5 days of each other. Bill Perkins on Sunday. Scott Ball yesterday and today. Believe more are in the pipeline. If you like heads up, if you like ring games, if you like final table tournaments, it's all right here on the Lodge live stream. Currently Monday, Wednesday, Friday, and Saturday.
When Mickey
Even
called
though
herself a
today's
bimbo,
Thursday,
I'm like-
we'll mix in a few.
I never even remotely thought that. Yeah, I don't think anyone thinks that about Mickey. And I'm like, yeah, Mickey,
We're
know
all
what?
our own worst enemies.
We're just like, what?
Like, Mickey's a lot of things. Bimbo? I don't know. Take him to know.
Be honest, that wasn't the one I would have given you, but, you know, hey.
Check, check.
Doug does have the deuce of hearts here.
Check.
And now
1,400.
open-ended to Broadway as Scott has 2 pair.
Raise 42.
There's the raise from Scott. Doug, a ton of outs here. That's one of them.
Check.
2 pair.
Flush.
The power of the deuce.
Gonna be the winner.
Had some outs. Had a good number of outs there.
Scott with a flush draw. Doug hits his king. There's the flush for Scott. A lot of flushes being made today.
This feels not good, but I call.
Flush.
It's good.
There's the info on Scott Ball, 2-time World Series of Poker bracelet winner,
Oh, my
president
God,
of
the head-
Endgame
the head
Talent,
once again, causing me issues.
and the 2021 World Series of Poker No Limit Player of the Year.
Fold. You go to Vegas much, Taylor? I assume so. You go to Vegas much? I assume you do.
I don't, actually.
Oh, okay.
That, when I ran into you, that was
Yeah.
the first time since like 2019.
Okay. Well, like,
Thousand.
it seems pretty unbelievable because I've been to Vegas once in the last year, and when I went to the airport, you were there going to Vegas. So it seems pretty unbelievable. But I trust you. You seem like an honest man. I fold.
1,000. Check 1,000.
Winsanity says, my 4-year-old daughter loves the chip colors, especially the yellows. We call them bananas. Pink ones, bubble gum. I love the colors of the Lodge chips.
What time is it?
Check.
700.
700.
Sorry?
633.
Okay.
Joe Struzera, the general manager of the Lodge,
It was just open fold, really.
AKA
Check open fold. It was really.
I was gonna bet
Poobah.
700 and he was gonna fold.
Let the record show he was going to bet 700.
checks into chat.
Could I have another White Claw, please?
White Claw
Yep.
to the studio.
I don't think he's switching to lime at this point.
You don't want that synthetic?
I don't want the synthetic lime.
Mango's toast, Mickey. You're not going to get any converts over to
44.
mango.
She's been really committed to the mango cause
Yeah,
too.
she keeps trying. Maybe I'll switch it up. Do her proud.
The mango's good.
Mango's
Oh,
good.
man.
I don't drink seltzers, but if I am going to drink one,
What do you drink, Liz?
I drink IPAs.
Oh,
and
IPA. IPA gal.
IPA gal, yeah. I used to work at a brewery before I came down here.
The thing about IPAs is, so there's some thing on your taste buds where some people can taste bitter more than other people. And so for some people like me, IPAs are completely unbearable. But for people that like them, they taste. I think people that don't have that certain taste bud thing, they enjoy IPAs.
I think
Do you know what I'm talking about?
I do. I think for me it was kind of like I like.
Cumulative winnings dug up 202,000
I think you just don't
But I also
hate bitter.
today.
what you also said. I think that's definitely a thing.
Well, let me ask you this. So if you have an old fashioned, for example, is it really, really, really bitter?
No,
Okay, so you probably just don't have that thing that can taste bitter.
because whenever I go out for like a fancy dinner, I always get old fashioned.
Yeah, okay, so you just don't.
Yeah. But
Yeah.
I used to drink like Dos Equis. Oh, that was a couple.
Dos Equis is not bitter.
I used to like drink light beers. Check.
I don't think I've ever had a Dos Equis.
Is Dos Equis a light beer?
It's a light beer, yeah. Well,
No idea.
you're asking somebody who drinks IPAs now, but check.
Eights.
Check.
You're good.
Eights. Yeah, I used to drink Yinglings and Dos Equis, and then I started drinking IPA. And
So
I never stopped.
I have a beef with Yingling.
Why?
So Yingling claims to be America's oldest lager,
Oldest brewery.
oldest brewery. It's called Yingling. That doesn't sound like America's oldest brewery. I'm just saying, if Sam Adams wants to fight them, I feel like no matter when Sam Adams open, I think they're going to kind of win that one, you know? Like, look, Yingling, maybe you opened up a few years before, but Sam Adams has got you here.
I mean, Sam Adams, that's like Jill's. It sounds more of a American oldest brewery, yeah. That was very pussy, Yingling.
Raise 8K. Is that also in here?
I live about 40 minutes from the brewery.
Check mark for Scott here.
Jack.
The Jacks.
Yeah, I live right in Springfield, New York.
When I was in high school, when I was 21, my first beer was Yingling. Sorry, I don't know, I misspoke there.
Hate it when that happens.
My first beer was a natural ice.
That was my first beer too,
Ooh.
actually.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
That was my first blackout. No, I'm just kidding.
First one guy was Jack Daniels.
Dude, my first,
Never drank it again.
the first time I ever got drunk, it was off the dumbest thing ever, and I did it twice, and I almost never wanted to drink again.
Didn't learn his lesson in person?
No.
38.
I just drank a bottle of Hypnotic.
Oh, I remember Hypnotic. It was in like a blue bottle, right?
Yeah, it's like a liqueur that
I
you
had
use
that
to
in
mix.
high school, yeah.
Yeah.
And then I
You mean
never
when you were
had,
21?
and then I never had it ever again in the rest of my life.
I remember, like, I thought I was such a badass because I was drinking out of the bottle. Like, that's when you're hard, right? But, like, not when it's a liqueur that's like 9% or something
No,
horrible.
they don't
Yeah.
have 20 bottles.
Yeah.
I'm dead.
You're a big one.
Yeah, you're big one.
Y'all raising into it. My first drink was an Irish fireball.
Damn.
Yeah, it didn't go well.
I think I said this the other day, but I was known for being the guy that could drink 6 Irish car bombs in a row in some circles of friends. It was.
Are you proud of that?
I mean, it was a thing. Like, I don't know.
1,000 raised to 38.
Then I moved on from that. Had your hand.
Great conversation here.
Still traumatized by that hand. That and ace queen just not like me very much. They're supposed to like me a lot too, and they just really don't. Like,
You've taken some beats today. You've taken some beats.
I'm not gonna lie, you've earned them, so it's okay. That queen 10 was something special.
Yeah.
He says, yeah.
I don't really have any defense to that.
I just can't wait to get to have queens again and have to bluff it all off in the river. Like,
Deuce.
you're good.
Yeah. You owned me in that one.
Clearly, results show.
I had the nut flush draw too, so if I just rip turn.
Okay.
3,800.
3,800.
Ace Jack versus Jack 8 suited. Aces for Scott.
Fold.
7K? Fold.
That was disciplined. 3-bet, miss everything, and just give up. You know? Live to fight another day. Is that funny?
A lot of new subscribers today. You haven't yet subscribed, we ask that you do so.
I have thoughts.
We'll bring it strong every show for you.
Feelings and thoughts and stuff like that.
Feelings? Doug Polk has feelings?
They're deep in there. You gotta pry them out. It just takes a few White Claws.
And trips now for Doug.
Yeah. No, they're natural feelings.
Doug checks the boat. Quadrophenia.
6,000.
Boat on the board. Quads for Doug.
God fucking damn it.
Calling a chop is so much fun. Do you actually have a 9?
That also sums up this match, basically.
Kind of does.
There's a bunch of crap out there. I got quads. Damn it. How'd you lay that down? I was like, oh, how can you ever get off the top here? I was like, 3,800.
Raised 3,800.
He had one yesterday.
I think the second hand of the show today, Doug had a straight flush.
Unfold.
Had quads yesterday, quads today. Within the first 5 hands of today's show,
Same hand that I 3-bet and gave up last time.
it's a straight flush, a
I was like,
diamond
this time
straight
it'll go
flush
better.
for Doug.
I'm gonna set aside for 1 second here after this. Actually, we can do a restroom, like a final restroom break if that's
Yeah, it's fine.
cool.
Big go check.
Check, yeah.
Doesn't even need to be final. Those breaks are so quick, man. If you gotta go to the bathroom, just go.
No, I need to check something.
Yeah, you're good.
I'm gonna get a 2-for-1 special. Oh, all right. Alrighty.
So players are going to have a short restroom break. While they're doing that, we can talk about some stuff. You see the cumulative winnings. Dug up $194,400 today. Not a bad day at the office. Doug also won $100,000 yesterday from Scott on this challenge. Spring Madness tomorrow. It all starts. $100,000 guaranteed tournament, $300 buy-in. It's going to go way over $100,000. The last couple times we've done this type of tournament, it has. So get to the lodge. It's going to be a lot of fun this weekend. Then, of course, we have April 25th, the meetup game. Doug Polk, Andrew Nemi, Brad Owen will be in town playing at the meetup game. Lots of others, too. You may see Llama out there, Skull Mike, myself. Who knows who you'll see out there. We'd love to say hello to you if you've coming in from out of town for the meetup game. Then the Lodge Championship Series. Lots of great events from April 26th to May 16th. Some of them include a $300,000 guarantee tournament, $400 buy-in, April 27th through the 30th. You don't like the $300,000 guarantee? How about we give you a $500,000 guarantee, $800 buy-in, May 4th through May 7th. You don't like $500,000 guarantee? How about a $2 million guarantee, May 10th through the 16th? That's our main event. $3,000 buy-in, $2 million up for grabs. Mr. Visine man, Alan Bauer, won $375,000 last year. True story. Alan Bauer, the man you see right there in that picture. Final table stream started. Everybody is here except for Alan Bauer. We call him, say, Alan, you remember? You're supposed to be back here at the lodge, final table. He says, I'm taking a dip in the pool at the hotel. Not a care in the world. Final table. He strolled in. Won it all. So we look to have, it's going to heat up all that action, Lodge Championship Series right before the World Series of Poker. So win heaps of money here at the Lodge on your way to your dream at the World Series. And, of course, the great tournaments. Bring the great cash games. Make our cash games that are already great even better. Lodge located, you'd fly into Austin Bergstrom International Airport, depending on what time of day, Uber or cab, rental car, 25-minute drive. If you come in at rush hour, it's going to be more than that, but that's to be expected. If you're looking for hotels, we've got some special arrangements with a few hotels around the area, but really any hotel in North Austin, Round Rock, or heck, even downtown Austin. It's a short, it's not too far away. But if you really want to stay close to the lodge, look for Round Rock or North Austin, and that'll be close to the lodge. We hope to see you. Make sure if you're coming in from out of town, to ask up front if Slick Rick or Skull Mike are playing today, because Skull and I would love to say hello to you. And Jay Betting Gurus, yeah, it's not legal in Texas. Definitely nothing in the club. So that's all I'll say about that. Michael Quinn says, I only visit the top 10 cities in the United States, the largest cities, I get that. That's a good one, Michael Quinn. I'll give it to you. Lodge does have a bar where you can purchase beer or obviously White Claws, some wine. Soft drinks are free. A great assortment of soft drinks, and they've got basically a cart system that folks go around the room with drinks that if they're alcoholic, you can purchase, or soft drinks. Just throw them a tip or something and get yourself a drink. We've got a new caterer that's all set up, ready to go. So lots going on here. We'd love to have you. Looks like players are seated.
And we proceeded to get all in before the river zero.
And we're ready to go.
Still, every time, actually.
Yeah, I don't think there's been one all in. I fold.
No, there hasn't. Which is,
The deeper you get, the more likely that is, though.
yeah, no, for sure. But it's still,
I mean, it's still
still
pretty
crazy
unlikely.
good heads up, right?
It's still pretty unlikely, but it's just so many blinds.
Old.
I kind of, heads up's kind of, I think is a little better like that. Where there's like big river decisions and big bluffs and big calls and all that kind
Oh,
of stuff.
for sure.
I think that's better than just like, one guy's got jacks, one guy's got ace king, let's go, oh my god, jack on the turn! Like, I don't know, I mean, I guess that's pretty exciting. I don't know.
Well,
There probably are a lot of viewers that like that, I'm just,
400.
yeah, there's a lot
Extra
of people who
Scott,
just,
Andrew
like,
Nemi
maximum
wants to see a
paying
Round Rock
for
Express
everyone
game.
that's not themselves.
AAA baseball team. It's fun over there. Short
I really
drive
like those
from
chocolate
here.
covered almonds.
Check.
You and your nuts, man. But
That's true. No, I'll start with, let's just go with one at a time. Keep me honest.
should we get some more food?
I'm okay, but if you want some, you can order.
Terry Black's still up.
Round two?
You don't know we're not doing that.
My bad. Yeah.
I could be simple. Could I do the same thing I had last night? Yeah, just be easy.
You know what? Take it two, but I want guac this time.
You want to walk this time?
Like 2K full.
It just, you can't really just go wrong, you know? It's just so simple.
These guys just had Terry Blacks. Just, it seems like 2 hours ago, they tore into it. Maybe 3 hours ago.
Yep.
But I want guac this time. Don't do that to me again.
You get hungry
Guess
playing
what?
poker
No
and
guac
drinking
is
White
like-
Claws.
What kind of existence is that?
I've never seen Chipotle put the guac on the side either.
I've seen that, but
Really? I've never seen
Guac
that.
was 1,000 call, crazy call.
I wonder what size we made it pre, bro. Maybe we're mixing it up 11 hours in.
to be fair to them, I did do that versus Bill, but yeah, I'm not,
Just to get the rushing.
I'm not here today.
Let them know.
Check.
Both players hit a 10 on the river. Jack will play for Scott.
10.
And a call.
Oh, I kicked, wow. Bad river.
We have a jack of clubs and a 10 of clubs.
That's 4, right? 4,000?
Yes, 4,000. And a 10 of diamonds. And they don't read. Okay.
That's a sneaky 10, too. That's a hard one to see.
Yeah.
The sneaky top pairs are the best kind.
Really is.
I'm sorry, man. Andy, that's actually pretty funny. Andy Sylvie, 23, good one. You guys crack me up.
Did it scan? Could you rescan your first one?
Take them off and put them back on one at a time.
Bam, bam. Okay,
That's so strange that it didn't happen the whole day.
correct. Check, check. Check, check.
Check mark for Doug here.
10.
Pair of aces.
Ten
Eights.
high. Do you want to do something with these cards, or if we don't know? Did they?
I
Are
don't think they're dead. I just think it didn't scan.
Do you
Okay,
want me to
okay.
tell you what they were?
I don't think it's dead.
We have a
Okay.
10 of hearts.
Because if it was dead, it wouldn't have scanned after.
Okay, that makes sense.
You just didn't put it fully in the box or something.
Okay.
If a card was dead, we would definitely have known by now.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Spilly, I think there have been plenty of action
Yeah,
over the
if
last
someone's card is
48
dead-
hours. Actually,
You'll see.
30
it'll come
hours.
somewhere beforehand. That makes sense.
there's been a lot of action.
1,000.
I've had so many big pocket pairs today and just like, muck.
You had another one?
Yeah.
I'm not a loose button opener. I keep it reasonable on the button. Just open a standard. That's fine for me. If it's good enough for the computers, it's good enough for me.
Fair.
Check. Check. That's 14.
Man, I really tried to keep you in there, but at some
So
point,
pause again?
At some point, I had to bet. No, I
Doug
had
with the
an
wheel.
Incredibly good hand.
An incredibly good hand.
I had straight. Trapped on the flop.
I was in trouble. I literally had no equity.
Yeah, none, not even a little.
No, not a little. Just dead.
Scott Ball right there, in for 300,000 today. Doug is in for 200,000. $500,000 on the table. Scott down about 187,000
700.
today.
12.
He hits his ace here.
Check. Check. 3,000. The river is a 6 of hearts. We're good now?
That's one of the cards he had in the other hand. Maybe that card is having issues.
That is the card I had, yeah.
If that is a thing, then we should either take it out or we should not announce it. This is a kind of good hand to call with, but
No,
No, that was just in his hand whenever you were asking what the cards were.
all right,
Ace.
it's good.
Scott trying to claw back here late
I love
in the
that hand,
match.
man. Let me tell you how good I've done with that hand.
Are we good?
Jake Nelson, we give shout outs to dealers all the time. Taylor and Liz in the box right now. Miranda
There was delays happening yesterday.
and Damon the Tatted One were in the box earlier. We love our dealers here at the
3800.
Lodge.
Oh, thought about it.
Not that long.
I was telling a couple of them tonight that the stream dealers are becoming so popular, we need trading cards for them. Final table Kev rookie card.
Raise 44. Check. Check. 7,000. Check and check. Check. 14.
I feel like we just had this series of massive pots and then we went back to kind of the before, you know?
I want to play massive pots so bad.
I know, but you can't force them. If you're
You
forcing
can't, you're
them,
right.
Which we,
Shit gets weird. I feel like they're coming back, though.
they could.
I've just got a hunch.
Definitely could.
I just really want to play one without ace-jack. Or ace-queen. Just give me something that's like not those hands, and let's do it.
Like, I just don't want ace jack. Like, I'll take it. I'll take ace jack. I'm not afraid to ask for ace jack.
I mean, I have to take it, but like, you know,
I understand.
decisions, man.
1,000. Call.
Check.
Yes. Okay, so it was check at 700, raised to 2,500?
Jack.
Yes, okay, so, yeah, jack of clubs, 5 of clubs, 6 of diamonds.
Caesar wept. Yes, the Lodge will be receiving our silver play button soon for reaching 100K subscribers. We're going to hang it right
6 of hearts.
in a prominent place in the studio, under the lights.
So it was check bet 700, raised to 2,500.
Oh, that's not with Six of Hearts was another deck. That was my deck. That Serge said it was fine.
I should shut up.
Check 700, 2,500 full.
Is it different decks having issues now?
Okay.
Seems like it.
Gray 6 of diamonds?
These
You
sixes.
want what?
My hand doesn't scan, and there's a six in it. I'm just surrendering. I'm out. Unless there's a six or two out there, then I'll rep it.
From time to time, cards go bad.
So one of Doug's cards is dead. I'm just like, all right, whatever I've got, I'm tripling.
The
It's so strange.
chip
too,
inside
because
of the
he
card
has
may
no
have
issues
an
with the
issue,
whole
and they wouldn't
thing.
scan in
Like,
that
right-
case. So we'll replace that
waiting
card.
hours.
Cumulative winnings dug up
I mean, they gave us new decks from the
just under $180,000 today.
Oh, I see. Oh, yeah, we do part of that, yeah. Can we use the deck that's working while we wait for the deck that's not, or?
Serge
I think that's a
said
great
it was
idea.
fine.
We do have two decks. Seems like it could be a.
Well, that's it's my turn to deal.
All right, here, do you just want to use this one? No.
Well, this one's already ready to go. It's already.
She has a deck, right? And I'll let you guys do your thing, but we have two decks. I feel like if one's not working, we can use the spare probably, right?
1,000. 3, 44.
You win.
3,000 and a fold.
I'm going to have to start calling ace-jack the old ace-jack.
Oh, you had it again?
No, I didn't. I had ace-queen that time.
Oh, okay.
Ace-queen of diamonds.
The old ace
The
jack.
old ace-jack. That's what I'm calling it now. Because it's always something that's just absolute dog shit when someone says it, like we said yesterday. So I can call it the old ace-jack because that hand's not
But
nice
it's
to
just
me.
too good to call it the old ace jack. I mean, I know we joke about it, but it's still a really good hand. Heads up, you know?
I know. Trust me, I know. That's why I keep playing big pots with it.
3,800.
Raised 3,800. About 5,200. About 12K. Full.
I had a deuce.
Good hand, but it wasn't good this time. We're back into the Arctic tundra part of our programming.
Definitely.
We need to figure this out, the temperature thing. 700.
Check 700. And folds.
3,900 watching, folks. Everybody seems to be having fun. No end in sight.
1,000.
Too much fun to be had.
3,800.
Pair of kings for Scott.
3,800.
At 3,800. At 10,200.
Doug is dead. Doug is dead to an 8-ball corner pocket.
Call.
Does not come. Check mark for Scott. $35,000 pot. Doug's going to fire at it.
At 24,000.
You win.
Call. Showdown.
Scott's going to win a nice $83,000 pot. Doug fired on the river. Trip kings does not get away. And that's a good hand for Scott.
Check. 14. Call.
Another check mark for Scott. The swings and heads up poker are real.
44.
Scott just with fours.
You win.
Makes the call. $4,000 and growing. Watching right now. 7:45 p.m. Central Time. We've been on since
take it.
2 p.m.
Absolutely.
1,400 likes, not too shabby. Hit the like if you could, if you're having fun today.
1,000?
Big blind, right? Big blind?
Yeah, no problem.
Check. 700 and a fold.
Dude, this is so much fun.
Heads up?
Yeah.
Here? The whole thing?
Everything's been great.
Awesome, man.
Playing heads up is fun, obviously, and the atmosphere's been great. There's been it's been a really good time.
I'm glad to hear it. I love playing this format, obviously.
Dude, it's just
You just get to play so many hands, and then you get to like run a bunch of your bluffs or thin value or whatever, and you get paid a bunch, and people have to fight you, and
yeah.
Doug
it's
with the
a good
flush.
format, a lot too.
8
Deuce of diamonds.
Some diamonds.
deuces never lose. No, it's great.
Scott,
It's just like, it's such a weird game because usually if people are playing, especially when it's bigger, there's like one very clear, really big favorite
Yeah.
in the match. Usually like people won't play if it's even or tough or, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Which creates this weird dynamic of like, just, you're never gonna, it's so hard to see big games because of that. Just
Well,
weird.
yeah, for sure. And I also think that a cool thing about the way that this works is like if people come play, they know they're playing a good player. And for me, it's like if I lose to someone, I can be like, hey, they came and fought me, like I respect that. And then if they lose, they're like, okay, well I played somebody really good. So either way, the vibe is like good, I think. You know?
Yeah, for sure.
Heads up.
Cards are really sticking together today.
both
it's hard
players
to
hit a
not.
pair.
I think the weather, check. The weather outside's kind of seeping in here a little bit.
Oh, it's the weather. Oh, that's it. Oh, it's not the dealer. You sure it's the weather?
Weather.
Yeah, I agree with you. It has to be the weather.
14.
Trips for Doug here. Scott looking for a club. Now he hits a 3, meaningless 3 for him.
I do not know what to do.
Go fold.
Shows the ace.
I had 3 pair. And a missed flush draw.
Ooh, that's a nice check raise hand. I should have gotten paid. I should have gotten paid big.
You should have.
God, I'm running so bad.
Doug looking for a wheel. Looking for the 5. Does not come. He's got the nut low. He makes it 8,000.
You win.
9,000. Scott will win that one.
I don't know, man. The ace queen looked pretty good there.
It did, yeah.
I'm starting to think that's a good hand.
Caleb, get your name on the list. That's the great thing about poker.
I'm just a little traumatized.
You think you could win? Why wouldn't you come to the lodge
Shook, man.
to get on the list to play? Costing you money for not every day you're not here if you could crush these
I'm
games.
sure you'll learn to love ace queen once again. Maybe even ace jack.
Something tells me you're probably right.
3,800.
Raise 3,800.
Oh my goodness, quads again for Doug. This time he flops it. Straight flush today, twice quads.
2,600.
God
Oh my
damn
goodness.
it, man. Should have checked.
That's quads.
Oh, why did I bet? Try to bet small. Little tasty appetizer to float. No dice.
I made a pretty disciplined late round, too.
Raise. That was one of those flops where you're like, oh shit, this is gonna get really dicey with jacks. And then the flop comes and you're like, I have quads. Like there was gonna be no dice in here.
How many quads have you had in the last 2 days? In this, I think 3 or
Let's
4
see, I've had
times.
2 quads in the last hour. It's usually pretty good. And then I had the quad, I had the 7. I think there's 3.
You know what's the worst? When you're like, well, I had quads twice in the last hour, and then you're like, I'm stuck 150,000. You ever had those sessions where you just make monster hands over and over and over again, and you're just like, but I'm still buried. Every time you make a hand, it's like you get no action. Like,
Honestly, man, I get action when I have big hands. Like, I don't have that problem. I have the opposite
Really?
problem. My problem is when I have a bunch of bluffs, I just get fucking stacked a bunch. I really don't have any issues getting value.
fair.
Open-ended for Doug.
Free kick.
That's what makes poker so great.
5,400.
Some observations. Everybody has an opinion. I love how he should have played this hand or that hand. That's good stuff. That's why we love this game so much. People can play it differently.
No. He's playing.
Nice
Scott
hand.
trying to make a little run here. He's down about 129,000. At one point, it was over 200,000 today.
Should overbet. Then I had a chance.
For sure. I don't want to call it a chance.
12K gets it done there, I think.
You just got a KO. You overbet there.
3,800.
Raise 38. Hold.
I want to thank everybody for tuning in today. Really appreciate you spending a few hours with us here at the lodge. It's been a lot of fun. And honestly, Scott seemed really sincere about how much fun he's had. Maybe we'll get him to write a review on Poker Atlas. If you come to the lodge or been to the lodge, give us a review on Poker Atlas.
3,800.
We'd love to see that. Doug with his 3,800 3-bet. That's become standard in these matches. Queen 10-4.
At 7,600.
Doug looks like he's ready to get on to the next hand. Does hit a pair here.
Queen.
Check, check, queen.
Glad diamonds didn't get there, jeez. That'd been bad. I was like, come on, diamonds.
As of this point, I don't think anyone's flush over flush someone in this match.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I flushed over flushed you.
Happened once.
Yeah, I did.
Forgot about that.
Yeah, we forgot about that.
You're like, oh, no, I got you.
Oh, no, you're
I
right,
got
you're
you in
right.
that
No,
spot, too.
I don't think anyone's done that yet.
That would be hand number 49.
You make a great point.
Check.
$38,000 pot.
25.
Flush over flush.
Spoke to you like an hour ago. What's wrong with you?
It was 3 hours ago.
Oh, yeah, you did. I remember now.
Check.
Neither player
1,500.
is any part of this flop. This board. Doug will take it
Didn't have your
down.
hand.
Skull Mike wonders how many
Scary
white
when the ace
claws
jack's out there, man.
deep are they?
So easy for you to have top two.
Don't know.
Yeah, literally, man.
Not counting today.
If there was ever a hand, I
They're
was gonna
getting
say
rid of
that.
the empties quickly.
It's a believable story.
To keep a clean house.
700.
700.
I fold. Conservative fold. Maybe even tight. King high, but
He had me beat.
that's what you get, you know. You make the discipline lay down,
1,000.
you get owned.
You get punished.
Where did Mickey go?
Probably to get the Chipotle order.
Yeah, he did. 1,000.
That's what I would guess.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Yeah, no, you're right. Sorry, Brandon.
I was planning on keeping those.
No, I'm sorry.
3,800.
Raise 3,800. Hold.
We're even. Call. Check. Check.
Scott hits his jack.
2,000. Fold.
No. 2 pair.
I had the 0 pair. Not even one. Not even a single pair.
Give him 1.
So if you're just
Fresh
joining
off
us,
the top.
Find the first pair off the
we've
top.
been playing since for coming up on 6 hours right now. Scott right there is in for 300,000. He's down about 125,000 on the day. Doug is in for 200,000.
Raise 10K.
So 500K on the table. Doug with pocket eights, the snowman. Scott 4 bets to 10,000. Doug will come along. Vote for Doug.
I checked, yep.
That's 7K.
Doug made a big fold with a very similar hand last night. He had pocket eights and made a huge laydown. Horrible card for Doug.
But
Big bet here. And Scott lays it down.
Is it really humid?
Very sticky outside.
Nice bet there by Doug.
I wasn't lying to you.
Well, I just started to feel like the humidity, I
Yeah,
think.
like when I go like this, I'm like,
Yeah. No, it's not. No.
Yeah.
Can you make it less humid outside?
Yeah.
Thanks, Mickey. You're great. You're the best.
real does everything. That's a raise. We have a raise to 1,000 and a re-raise to 44.
can we get like a dehumidifier in here?
Yeah, we need it. Suck the moisture out.
Check.
Thank you, Fred John. Appreciate that.
That is 4,000 and a fold.
Food has arrived from Chipotle.
Oh, wait, should I have cards?
Food round 2.
Thank you. Can you actually grab me a Diet Dr. Pepper and a San Pellegrino? 3,800.
3,800.
This is when the most savage bluffs go down.
Yeah, like, oh, I guess I raised. Check.
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 I have a jack.
I have a king.
You're gonna win.
An aggressive hang. They do people eating food.
God,
The viewers are excited. We just got our food.
we really fought for that one.
Yeah.
Well earned, man.
Thank you, Mickey.
You make it 1,000? Is that what that is?
I'm looking at.
Oh.
Now I will.
If you're just joining us at any time, you could look at Scott's
this one.
number. He's in for 300,000. So if you look right next to his name, 152, that means he's down 148.
700.
700.
Intermittent fasting is they can tell you how good food smells from
Was
the
that
shower.
a full, sir?
I folded, yeah.
Okay.
So you could do that at any time. You don't have to wait for our graphics to work. Scott's in for 300K.
That's not, so I'm giving that to you.
And his chip stack is always by his name when his graphics come up.
3,800.
Raise 3,800.
Call that bluff.
What's up?
Call that bluff.
Yeah. I'm like a weekend, so it's the top.
I believe in each other.
Two pair for Doug here. Two pair for Scott. Buckle your seatbelts, folks.
Bet 76.
Scott's just going to call here. Two pair versus two pair.
The usual solution is chugging water.
Diamond may slow things down. Not for Scott.
Bet 15,000.
Doug's going to come along looking for one of the two remaining fours. Does not come, but a fourth diamond does.
Two pair.
I also have two pair.
Ace jack.
Oh,
Ace jack.
God. I guess I'm happy that was the run out, huh?
Yes.
Jack.
Very happy that
What else
fourth
do you have?
diamond came out.
Look at me win the minimum. That was great.
Fold.
I feel like that was a tight fold. That was like I got Chipotle in front of me fold.
It was a standard fold. That was run of the mill.
$1,000.
3,800.
1,000. Raise 3,800.
Fold.
Yeah, that run out was good for Doug, that fourth diamond.
I figured you wanted the size.
Saved him having to make a river call that was surely coming from a bet from Scott.
44, if I can grab him.
44.
I did it. Let's go.
Great.
Fold.
Cool.
I actually called that hand with you before I started eating. Same hand. Not much. It was kind of late before, but 3,800.
38.
Boom.
Pocket queens, the ladies for Doug. Don't know what Scott has. Need some graphics for him. Doug with the boat now.
3,000.
Ace.
Call. Ace.
I lose.
These two are powering down Chipotle
I thought for sure I was getting raised by quads.
like they didn't eat barbecue
Nope. Nope.
3.5 hours ago.
There's a boat. Chuck.
2,000.
It's okay.
Fold. Doesn't like guac.
1,000.
4,400.
4,400. Re-raise 13,000. Okay.
Yeah, you're trying to get a sneaky eating 3-bet in. I see you.
I had an ace.
It's a good hand. That's a fair raise. It's fair.
I'll take fair.
Fold.
Spring Madness tomorrow, folks. March 31st through the April 2nd, 100K guarantee. $300 buy-in. Get to the lodge. It's going to go way over the 100K. Imagine the lodge will be hopping tomorrow during our stream.
Okay.
3,800.
38.
King Queen versus Queen Jack here. Pair for both players.
That's 7,600.
Scott looking for a jack or a 10 here.
Check.
Doug with the check mark.
Jack.
King. Fold.
The hand ends. We immediately both pick up our Chipotle.
Gotten a little quiet here with them
There's a Chipotle dynamic.
powering through the Chipotle. Shout out Chipotle.
I actually think we've started playing faster.
Maybe.
Wasn't too dirty.
Call.
Magic of the block.
Doug.
2000.
Pair for Doug here. Top.
Check.
A lot more outs now for Scott.
Oh, that
Oh,
was,
yeah,
that was a small one.
You confused me.
Alright, so 5 green call.
Yes.
Check.
Check.
Fold.
Scott gets Doug to fold on that one with the big bet. As Scott had the king of spades in his hand. Key card.
Fold.
It's a race to see who finishes first. Scott's in the lead, and down the stretch they come. Who will finish their Chipotle first?
Check. Bet 14.
10.
Probably.
We should have music to this. This is just amazing. The overhead view.
Okay.
One more card. You're welcome.
Tim the Gem says, meanwhile, these Steelers haven't eaten since Tuesday. Tim the Gem, you've had some gems tonight. Pat yourself on the back. It's good stuff. No weak sauce here.
Check.
Trips for Scott.
Fold.
Thank you.
They just finished their Chipotle after the barbecue. What next up? Little Chinese?
1,000.
Little Chick-fil-A?
Check.
Check. Fold.
2,000. Fold. Oh shit.
Thank you, Mickey. Wow. I've been here for 15 months. Mickey finally called me sir.
She usually calls you by your full name, doesn't
She does call me Douglas. I never thought about that, but you're definitely right. My mom calls me Douglas. It's like my mom and Mickey. Very similar people.
Who calls Douglas? Mom and my game host.
Skull Mike.
There's one Asian guy named Tom that lives in the mainland, and he is the only guy other than my mother that calls him Tay-Tay.
With the old school reference.
Hey.
1,000. Call.
Will Ferrell.
Your mom calls you Tay Tay?
So late.
That's cute.
Check.
Check.
I think I look like a loser. Check. Check. It's like calling me Betty or Betsy. 15.
Quick call from Doug. He's going to win with ace high.
Okay. Please set yourself up for that.
Yeah. And now Sergio. Call me Tay.
All right. So
Oh.
No, Pepe, no more jokes of the day.
Yeah,
Haven't
I mean,
done
you guys
that
were
in
asking
quite
for
some
that. You have no
time.
one to blame but yourself, really. That's
1,000.
Ran out of jokes.
You guys have no one to blame but yourselves on this.
Received all my name tags. Check. Check.
Check.
Check. Check. Check.
8.
Josh Robb, we hear you. Let me give you the
Hate
buy-ins
when
right now.
someone calls
Scott
me
is in for
X thing on the street with
300,000.
people and your friends listening.
Yeah, right?
And your friend's like, I'm going to call you that. You're like, what? No,
Doug is in
you
for
can't do that. How
200,000.
did you know? It's like, yes, that's why you don't say it on the...
You heard that?
It's also why you never tell anybody your favorite animal, because you will never stop getting gifts.
All right, leopard.
Said it.
I'm just kidding.
Okay. Doug, you should have said that.
I'm just kidding. I'm
I
just
figured
kidding.
llama was like a good.
Llama's a safe one. I checked.
You check it.
Ace queen.
Check, check. Showdown. Ace queen. Can you do
My use.
The Ducks for Doug.
One thousand.
humidity did change a lot. That's crazy.
What?
The humidity, it changed
I feel like
a
we should
lot.
turn the AC on again because of the humidity.
Oh,
It's like
AC?
it's getting toasty.
Let's do it. Why not? Let's go for it.
Alright. That's why I have this neckband, because I just knew it fluctuates. Yeah, it just fluctuates too much.
Do you wear that normally?
Call. Can you rescan your cards for me, hon? Just take them off and put them back on.
666. No, just 2 of them actually.
If there's a bunch of 6s in here, I'm out.
Check. Gross. 7. I usually do wear my neckband, yes.
417 hands have been played. I think we're going to surpass
Gotcha.
yesterday's stream. I want to say it was hand number 421. I want to say the final hand of yesterday's stream, but I think we're going to go further tonight.
$1,000? Check. 700. Small.
Pair for both players.
Check. 3,400.
Check mark for Doug.
Ace Queen.
It's good.
Goes check, check.
I don't know, man. Ace Queen seems like a pretty good hand.
Scott currently down
I
137,000
think I will too.
Smart.
today.
I feel like I would get yelled at by someone if I didn't.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure it makes the
Rightfully so.
pre-flop ranges.
He was
somewhere.
down over 200,000 at one point today.
1,000.
Check.
Check, check. Check, check.
Queen.
Queen as well.
Queen 7, Queen
Does
5.
7 play?
The 7 plays.
At first I liked that thing. Now I feel like I'm going to have nightmares.
I feel like I kept catching you glaring at it, like kind of looking at it, like I'm not sure how I feel about it.
It took me 15 minutes to sign a photo. I really.
I just feel like he's staring into my soul.
Yeah.
Like there's nothing I can hide from that thing.
No.
He's calling you Douglas.
He calls you Douglas.
That actually makes him less scary.
You're welcome.
Now I'm horrified.
My mom, Mickey, and this Limo. This Limo. I think he's adorable. Maybe check.
That's 700. That's 700.
Has a Scott.
Doug will take it down. And with Sanity, very good on you for recognizing
For other people.
I'm going to keep playing that one too.
that one of the dealers has to deal backwards the whole day.
Now, you've won 2 big hands.
And
with
it
now.
is not
You won-
easy to
you won
do.
150K
So
pot with the Scott.
shout out to all of our dealers who
And you
make it
also
look so
won,
effortlessly.
Sure. And you won the two pair. So you're on the comeback pretty heavily with it.
I'm starting to like him more.
Yeah.
But that ace queen though.
The ace queen seems a little unfair.
That one has me a little bit shook still.
15. Fold.
Oh. Oh man.
I couldn't have really even peeled one.
Check. Check. Check.
You're good.
Bet, fold. Say, just say bet it. Whatever.
Come on, you guys should know the size by now. We've used it a lot today.
You bet 14.
There you go, I bet 14. There you go, you knew.
Big slick for Doug.
38.
Raise 38. Fold.
Oh, come on. Oh.
Wow.
Oh.
When I say dealing backwards, he's just, the way he spreads his flop is different
If we would have played a big one there, you wouldn't have been.
than the way Liz is
No way.
spreading her flop.
Some weird stuff went down.
Check. Check.
Liz is going
All right,
left to right,
2000.
places the cards, and spreads them to her right.
Oh.
The other dealer is doing it the other way. Watch. We'll tune in. We'll see if we can see it together.
Check. $4,000. Re-raise to 12,000.
And if I'm wrong, I will apologize. All right, so now let's see
You got me.
Taylor,
Yes.
who is facing Liz, and how he spreads his flop.
Fold.
1,000. Cool.
Well, we won't get to see it this time. No flop.
$1,000.
4,400.
44.
Doug with pocket fives here.
$3,000. Well. Check. Check. $4,000. Raise to 17,000.
Doug will take this down.
It's a weird one.
I was really tempted to make it weirder. It would have looked real punty.
I trust you.
It would have looked like
I
some
trust
shit's
you.
going down.
It's 1,000 call. Sure. 1,500. Fold. Check. Fold.
Yes, Taylor starts in the middle of the area for the flop, and Liz starts on the end. So it's just a different way to do it. And I guarantee you, Taylor, what they do out on the floor is they start on the left end and move the cards to the right. You just saw Taylor, instead of doing on the left end, he put the first card in the middle of the area and then moved the cards over. It's just the way we have to do it if we have two dealers going on.
Check. Check.
It's a different way. And for dealers who are dealing all day long every day, it's a repetitive motion. This is a different motion for them.
King.
Ace.
Thank you, Matt Sweeney, for that explanation.
Call. Check. 25. Thousand. Jack.
Check that 700.
1,400 actually.
14, it was gonna be 14, and I.
Six. That was a tricky one, to be fair.
$1,000.
3,800.
Raise 38. That's 26.
Trips for Scott. Doug, looking for a club.
That's okay. Yeah, 10,000. Call. Check.
Boat for Scott here.
Jack.
Check, check, Jack. Jack's full.
That was a not great run out for me. I popped a flush draw, and by the end I was playing the board. Turned a pair of eights, and in the river I was like, oh, that's my high card now. The 8.
1,000. Fold.
And I checked, and I was like, why didn't I lead here? And then you checked the jack, and I was like, that wouldn't have worked.
$1,000. Call. Check. Check.
Two pair for Doug.
Got 14 full.
I check, maybe?
4 versus ace 3 here. Scott hits his 3.
700. Call. Check. Check.
Call.
3.
1200 and a call.
It's good.
Ace. Oh. The things I can't see.
Scott trying to claw back here. Down about 135,000 today is Scott.
1,000 and a fold. $1,000. Check. 1,000. Call. Check. $2,700 and a fold.
Okay, fold.
How many hands have we played now? How many hands have we played now?
446.
What are you at? 446.
446.
Good
Oh,
sesh.
you asked that 'cause the
We're gonna
them
break
a
1,000 hands.
What's up?
We're gonna break 1,000 hands probably.
Oh, yeah, probably.
yesterday was 4. Was it up closer
Yeah.
to 5?
Yeah, it was like 498.
I know. Yeah, as soon as you asked, they asked.
So we can break 5-10 today.
Depends how big they are.
What is Chris Fitzpatrick saying? What did I say this time?
Why?
Chris.
Just in case you guys forget.
447 hands in the books.
Gotta do your due diligence.
I know a lot of you are asking when we're going to finish. We're just going to go until we say last hand.
Like we started dealing off stream and I started like calling everything when I didn't need to.
1,000. Check. That's 700. Those are called. Check. Check. About 2,500.
Jack.
Queen.
Jack. Queen.
Queen 7, man.
Queen on the river
Jack.
for Scott.
Hands in the mix.
Going to try to
Long
make
one
a
today.
comeback. 2 pair for Doug here. Pair and ace kicker for Scott.
Check. $2,400. Excuse me. Fold.
Huge shout out to our great moderator, Yoda, who is the best in the business. That I do know.
Fold.
We have a raise to 44 and then a fold.
See, we're catching on.
Got it.
We got
Look
it
at us
figured out.
go.
Viewers are like, what the hell is happening? It's going so fast.
Blasting through, man.
Yeah, we are.
1,000.
Yoda, I totally understand. You go whenever you need to go, Yoda. You have gone way above and beyond.
2K.
You always do.
Fold.
Fold.
No.
Get a big hand?
Yeah.
I made a big fold.
Chad, you missed it. Joey was our guest commentator for 10 days in a row in February. He'll be back.
1,000. Fold.
Made a big fold. Not often I can say I folded a pair on the flop, but I let her go, and I'm pretty happy about it.
You knew what was up.
1,000. Fold.
Check.
Check. $700 fold. Or check 700.
Scott trying to make a move here. Down about 135,000 for today.
Fold.
Check.
Open-ended for Doug.
That's 7. Fold. Check.
Scott hits a pair now. Scott with the check mark.
That's 5,500. Fold.
Doug's going to fire at it and take it down with 9 high.
Fold.
Wasn't a great one, but you're getting 3-bet for sure.
3 high. The old.
The old 3
The
eye.
old 3 high.
That's a tough one to win with, man.
It's not one I'm going to try. I'm willing to get in there and try sometimes, but not with the 3 high.
Listen, we don't need to get that kind of power to Rick, all right?
That's right, you tell him.
Check there.
Keep Rick in line.
He's talking about trying to get a soundboard with a bunch of options. And I'm like, I don't know about that.
How many options are we talking about here?
1,500.
You want every time a banana chip is bet, a sound clip in their feet.
No. No. Nope.
I already said no for you.
That's going to be a hard no.
What are they throwing me under the bus for?
We're not.
Sorry, sir. Am I good to go? Sorry.
I never said that.
Sounds wild.
It sounds something.
Yes, I know you're trolling. I know you're trolling. We have a raise to 1,000. 3 raise to 44.
Well, Doug thought he was serious, so
He might change his mind. That is a re-raise to 13.
Aces versus nines here. Hand number 459.
Heads up.
Both players
Check.
don't necessarily hate that flop.
That is 85.
Pot is growing here. Another club.
Check.
Doug has the clubs covered. Scott is dead to a red 9. Check mark for Doug.
Check. That is 32.
32,000 is the bet. Scott carving out calling chips.
Ace.
Makes the call. $107,000 pot goes to Doug. And Scott, who was clawing back, finds himself down $189,000 on the day after that pot.
I was calling. I figured I'd save us some time. Have anything good there?
Yeah,
What do you have, like 10s or something?
something like that.
Very close.
What a turn card.
A turn card. The ace four suited? Or yeah.
No.
Just the club?
Yeah, I had an overpair with club.
Oh wow. No, you mean the turn saved you from losing more? Or what do you mean?
Well, the turn went check, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
But like if it had been like a non-club, I would
Yeah,
have just
no.
barreled off. So
For sure, for
you had an overpair to that flop. It
No.
probably saved you from getting stacked, honestly.
Probably.
Raise 44. That's 45.
Doug, a ton of outs. Diamond 9, 8, 7.
That's 12,000.
He's going to keep firing, and that's going to get the job done. You see the cumulative winnings dug up 197,000.
Do you guys want to go later than 8:30? The production's offering. They said we could go later. It just depends on what you guys want.
I'd play like a bit later or something, but it's really up to Scott, wherever you want to do, man.
8:39 is fine with me.
Okay.
Either way, I'm good with it. Whatever's best for you guys.
Okay. Well, let's not 8:45.
8:45.
That's cool.
8:45.
Yeah.
Good happy medium. We got 30 minutes.
Register document call.
My days of the all-nighters are behind me.
Jacob Alvarado, member number 74. That's pretty impressive.
I will say that one game, that first
Thank you for the super chat.
on launch week,
You know, called me in the deal like 3 in the morning.
yeah.
Ace Jack.
Jack.
Good.
Ace Jack.
That night was legendary.
Yeah, during launch week, we had several 12-hour streams. Not tonight. Tonight will be somewhere a little over 7 hours.
That one pretty late because I had to leave. I assume that one pretty late.
I ended up dropping out. I left at like 3 a.m. I was like, I gotta go home.
We have to go to 3:30. 24.
Yeah, the old I gotta sleep.
The old,
The old I gotta sleep.
They wanted me back here.
the old being a human.
4,000.
4,000.
I'm gonna make a not very disciplined thoughtful.
And there's a 7 of spades, 7 of clubs, 6 of hearts.
The old being a human.
Yeah, so
Yes.
6 of hearts is on there.
So we're gonna kill that part. Oh yeah, I know.
Ooh.
Stop it, man.
We good? Call. Check. 1,000.
700. You got a customer.
Oh, dang. I did it wrong.
I don't know. Right on the edge. I was like, this is nice. If you bet 1,500, I can easily fold. And if you bet 700, I can definitely call. And you're like, 1,000. I'm like, come on, man. What the hell? I was like, I guess fold, but angry. I had king 9 with a heart. So I'm
1,000 call. Check. 700. Fold.
The deuces.
It's a blackjack.
Not that it matters. That card's like scratched on the inside.
So on the inside, it's not
Yeah, it doesn't
biggie.
matter. Yeah.
Folks, if you like this format, heads up, you'll see more of it here on the Lodge live stream. We kindly ask you to subscribe to our channel. Tomorrow, though, full ring game, 8 players, 3 p.m. Central. Be here. It's going to be a lot of fun. Saturday, we'll do the same thing. Little cash game, full
flop read?
game. A lot of you have asked, when is the next Heads Up Challenge date? To be announced. As soon as we know, we will let y'all know. Expect more on the way.
$3,800.
1,000. Raise to 3,800. Call. So 3,800 net call.
Doug hits his deuces.
Bet 5,200.
Makes the bet. Scott says, let me see one more.
Call. Check. Check. Check.
Ace high.
Deuce.
Check, check. Ace high, pair of deuces. Two pair.
Scott now officially over losing $200,500 today.
Jack.
Thousand. Check. 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 Bet 1,500. Full.
Raise to 44. Oh. $3,000 and a fold.
Surrender.
I had it.
Ace queen.
Not even ace jack.
Ace 10. Folks, these two
Like every time I
players
call it there, but I
have been
hearts.
playing for
This
7
dude always
hours.
has hearts. Like if there's a heart or two out there, you should be worried.
They've gone through many White
Oh,
Claw,
look.
eaten 2 meals,
That's hilarious.
Oh, yeah.
and have battled today.
Hearts are
Shout
working
out to
my best
Scott. Let's give
Maybe
Scott some
subconsciously, I just
credit
call too
for
much more with hearts, you know?
taking
I'm
the
like, ooh.
chance here. Scott Ball, 2-time WSOP bracelet winner. He's in the arena, folks. He's battling.
Fold.
1,000. Full.
You can see these players are a little tired. They've had a lot of fun together over the last 2 days.
Check.
I agree, Maxwell. Credit to him. He showed up and he battled.
Fold.
700. Full.
$1,000. 44.
Doug's going to come along. Club draw. And a pair
3,000.
for Scott. A pair top for Doug.
Good fold.
Really good hand or pretty good hand or
I did an ace 10.
could have played a monster. Jack 5 of clubs.
Got the turn.
Yeah. Button's always on scout when I'm dealing.
I am Mike Brady in chat. Always good to see you, sir.
Oh, are we good right now?
Raise call. Oh, there. I see.
Yeah.
I see. No, you're good. Wasn't sure if you know you were not, but
Yeah, Doug flopped
that's
quads twice today, once yesterday, hit a straight flush today.
So there's open to it.
Looking back, we've had several $100,000 plus pots. A 136, a 136, a 167,
fold.
135, 107. So some big pots have been played today. Really all turned around somewhere around hand number 215. When ace queen versus ace king hand started it all, and then Doug, over the next 30 or so hands, had some huge pots. That's what turned it around today.
$3,800.
Raise 38.
Aces for Doug,
3,800.
open ender for Scott. There's the straight for Scott.
That 10K.
Take care, Mike Brady. Always good to see you.
Set 28,000.
Nice hand.
Thanks.
Doug lays it down.
Are you going on the Vegas night in Dallas?
Doug did have the ace of clubs there.
I mean, I like the Knights. I went because it was like the only team in Vegas, but I'm not like a huge hockey guy or anything. I will say going to hockey games is fun, but I wouldn't travel to another city to go to a hockey game.
So much fun. Anything inside an arena is just fun.
Agreed.
My favorite sport.
Hockey? Yeah.
Those are some very tough dudes.
It's the funnest sport I know.
That's it. We're gonna have to have a night out, go to a hockey game, play some craps.
Listen. Louisiana was
Check.
Can you get all that in Louisiana one night? Check, check.
Maybe
Get
not
some
hockey.
crabs, huh?
Craps.
You could definitely get some crabs. And crabs.
2K.
I didn't know crabs was on your list, but now I do.
Well, I mean, if we're going in, might as well.
Have a couple IPAs. I feel like I know everything about Liz. All I know about Taylor is he doesn't go to Vegas. Supposedly. Allegedly doesn't go to Vegas. The one time I go, he's there, but yeah.
Give a shout out to all of our dealers today. Miranda,
3,800.
Damon, Taylor, and Liz. Tremendous work by the four dealers today. Scott trying to make a late run here.
I could. The thing about video games is I'm so all or nothing. I struggle to just play something casually.
Same.
I'm either like basically not playing, or I'm just like, it's been 3 weeks. I'm like, oh shit, do I have something in my real life? Like, no, just keep playing, man. You're good. Don't look. If you look, it's real.
What was the last game that you did that with?
I mean, I played a lot of Counter-Strike the last few years, but the last year I haven't really played much. But like, think about this. How many years has it been? But I don't know. 1.5 years ago, I was trying to have like a team, and we played in ESEA. I played ESEA Advanced. Yeah.
Did you?
Yeah, I was IGL. Are you laughing over there,
That
Mickey?
does not surprise me.
Yeah, I was the IGL. The problem was I really liked
I feel like you would not be good at not being IGL.
Yeah, probably not. I was really good at the strats, but my aim just never could get there. And then one day I was practicing my aim, and I'm like, what am I doing with my life? I'm like 32 years old. I'm like practicing my aim. This really isn't working.
Dude, I did this exact same thing in Fortnite. I'm not kidding you. Actually, went to a DreamHack and everything.
Oh, wow. Serious biz.
I really did. It was hilarious.
Then you realize, like,
what am I doing?
your aim's not going to get there, man.
No. and also, I can't build as fast as these 13-year-olds. I need to quit.
I know.
Like,
and then you're just getting all these boomer jokes in the Discord.
I'm like, wait. There's a castle.
Like, hey, you can make fun of me when you roll out the drink.
I'm like,
all right, boomer.
There's a castle around me, and it's not mine. What's happening?
Yeah, I know, right?
These kids are committed.
700.
Dude, checking 700.
Well, it's so much easier to make a living streaming.
Jack?
It's still really friggin' hard. Not a lot of people make a lot
2400.
of money.
24. Yeah, because you have to be really good.
You also have to be entertaining.
Yeah.
Be really good and not entertaining.
Yeah, it's rough out there, man. It's rough out there in the gaming streets. There's also this thing where once I was playing with actually like pretty good players, I'd explain strategy to them, and they'd be like basically they don't really believe me because like my aim sucked, you know? They're like, yeah, no, great strategy, but like we're talking about shooting him in the head, Doug. I'm like, oh, yeah, just go B. I'm like, okay.
Like, Doug, the strategy's great, but you got to hit your shot.
Okay. Yeah. And then you try and explain balance, and they're like, just do the thing that's good, man. I'm like good luck in poker, guys.
That's the best advice you could ever get. Just do what'd you say? Just do
Yeah. Like, well, if you only go A, then if you don't go B, they don't have to put anyone at B. And then they're like, just go A.
Just do the better thing.
3,800.
I played duos with this kid that was really good at Fortnite, and there was like some winter tournament that was like more money than they had given away online before, and he like really wanted to like do well. He shouldn't have played with me, obviously.
4,000?
But one of the games we played, I died in the first like minute and a half,
And then he just
and he
carried.
ends up winning like 20 kills. We still didn't place in the money in the tournament.
Oh, that's sad. That's a sad
I was
one.
dead the first 30 seconds
Pair
of
of
every
aces
game.
for Doug here and the
and
wheel
totally
draw.
let him down. But it was like,
It feels bad when you're that guy.
it's so
You're
bad.
just like, I'm the reason that we suck. I get it.
Oh, 100%.
Or like when you play Counter-Strike and the other team realizes the position that you play, and they're like, we're just gonna pound wherever Doug's at in the map. We're just gonna like, it's like, I got ramp. Oh, I don't have ramp. 3,800.
I don't know what any of this stuff is.
Someone gets it.
No.
There are some people in the chat that have gotten wrecked at ramp.
I've gotten wrecked at ramp.
Yeah, they know. they know
Snowman for
about it.
Scott here. Queen 9 suited for Doug. Pair of queens for Doug. Four spades on the board. Doug now with two pair. Scott's going to fire at it. There's the raise from Doug
Or sorry, 28.
to 28,000. And Scott says, I was kidding.
Fair. My movement sucked too.
What were we doing?
IGL, strats. let me tell you, we killed some people with some nade stacks. I'll tell you right now.
He was good at saying, go B.
Check.
But I basically, so there was this software where you could pull up all of the utility and heat maps, and I would explain balance and like how to use our utility to create like balanced strategies.
Check.
I was good at that.
Doug fires out 3,400. Scott with a jack. He's going to come along. Doug looking
were really
for a
exploitable.
3-ball corner
Just only
pocket.
use certain util sets and go certain areas of the map and stuff.
Yeah, it's like your teammates were just like, go ahead. What are you
Yeah,
doing?"
exactly.
Yeah, everyone's doing it.
Check. $16-2 is bet and a fold.
It is kind of funny how games work like that. If whoever people think is the best, whatever they do over and over again is what they're going to do every time.
Yeah.
So it's like,
Well, people conflate individual ability with just like correct strategy.
yes.
They're just like, yeah, or like I was really big into having our opper just make sure that he was really balanced in the way that we played our op, so it was really unpredictable. So we had like a super spawn-based style opping strategy. This is getting pretty nerdy. And I tried to explain that we use the spawns to randomize, and they're like, why wouldn't you just go to the place where you want to go, man? Like, yeah, but if you have a good A spawn and you just always go ands, it'll work itself out, right?
Yeah, no, so much.
I like to think I taught those kids a thing or two.
Named.
And then I retired. Yeah, they aimed.
Hey, you remember when you retired from poker that one time?
Oh, all you gotta do to me. Yeah. I play poker as much as you go to Vegas. That's the
Dead.
Cool.
Crossed over the 500 hand mark for tonight. All diamonds on this flop. Scott with the pocket tens. Doug, the 8 of diamonds in his hand.
That 6K ball?
One more big one for the road,
I'm in.
for the fans.
Scott down 193,000.
Give me my ace jack back.
Big pot declared.
Pair for both players here.
Got 3K.
Doug hits a 6 on the river.
8K.
Scott's going to fire out with the check mark.
Raise. 32K.
raises to 32,000. Scott carving out calling chips. Makes the call.
I literally said, give me ace jack. And I got ace jack that hit. Swear to God.
$73,000 pot goes to Scott.
Oh, tried to rep it.
Give me ace jack one more time. Play a big pot. Well, there's ace jack.
Check. 14. Check. Check. Check.
Doug with the sevens.
32. Okay. Maybe a couple, 5 more hands?
5 more hands, okay.
5 more hands? All right, 5 more hands.
So this is hand one.
Okay, hand 1 of 5, all right.
5 more big hands.
5 more big hands.
Nope.
God fucking damn it.
Really? Oh,
Kings!
I don't know more black chips.
I won. Oh, wait, okay. I thought you were taking my pot away, man. I earned that $200 with Kings. They're like, place the big hands, like down Kings. I'm like, yes! Full button full. I'm like, no!
Check. Check. Check.
Doug hits a king on the turn.
14. Check. $32.
I'll give you some credit. You're pretty sticky when you hit something. Well, I think a lot of people would have folded ace jack there, but
Folding's hard, man.
3,800.
10,000.
Raise 10,000.
Ace 9 versus ace 10.
Can't play scared.
It's true.
Sailboats for Scott. Ace 10 for Doug.
Check. Check. Check.
Fours.
So here we go, folks. This will be the last hand of the
I'm
night.
making it 1,000.
Wow. Wow.
I want to thank the entire production crew. I want to thank Mickey, the game host, all the dealers,
You know what?
Poobah, the Joe Strazzera,
I'm
the
gonna
general
make it
manager of the
3,000.
lodge.
I'm going to have to call.
Queen 5 versus King 7.
I didn't really think about that.
Scott hits a 7.
Gonna have to call again.
It's a weird hand.
Gotta end on a bad.
There's the queen for Doug. He checks now. 2 pair for Doug to end the night.
10,000.
What is Doug going to do here? Runner, runner. 2 pair. He's going to raise it on up to 38,000.
Fold.
Makes the fold.
I had it.
Out of 7.
And that'll do it. That'll end the Scott
nice
Ball
hand.
Challenge to Doug Polk.
GG's.
He came to town yesterday, lost 100,000. Today, cumulative winnings.
All right.
There they are. Doug wins $172,300 today. Folks, I can't thank you enough for being amazing chat today. You saw some great action. We will be back tomorrow on the Lodge live stream, 3 p.m. with a ring game. A lot of fun, 3 p.m. Central. Take care, everybody.